Yo, hold on. I think my mic is too loud. Testing. Testing. Mic good? Okay, cool. Yes, sir. We in her. What is good, Saturday night nerd? Hey, if y'all hear any noise in the background, it's probably my fan. It's hot in here. Yeah, Deontay, rest in peace. We're done. Oh yeah. Moment of silence for that dude. Hold up. Anyway. Boy. He's in here. We are in here. Sir. All right. Just letting everybody get a chance to get some drinks, popcorn, whatever you got to get, some refreshment. Yeah, we gonna chill tonight. Chilling. Talking about some Elden Ring, some lore, some history. Possibly a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? You never know. It's one of them streams, man. Oh yeah, I already shared it on Facebook the other day. Yeah, I think we about ready. We about ready to start. Just have to make sure everybody got what they need. You know what I'm saying? To tune in. You know what I'm saying? You know. Yeah, we here. We here. Where to start? Where to start? Oh, okay, bet. Appreciate that, bro. But yeah, I guess we're gonna get the formalities out the way. You know what I'm saying? You know, I'm your host, Emperor Will, aka Will. You know what I'm saying? We got Deontay here in the chat moderating and everything. Um, yeah, we're gonna get the shout outs and everything out the way. Uh, First, I want to thank everybody, you know what I'm saying, for making Saturday Night Nerds what it is. You know, the success that we had we couldn't have gotten here without you guys. And we love you, appreciate you, never doubt that. Um, yeah. Uh, First shout out, definitely gonna have to go to our Twitch page if y'all want to go check that out. You know what I'm saying? Hold on, pull that up. So, yeah, right now over Twitch. Yeah, right now over Twitch. We got like 236 followers. We got like, and you know, we're growing slowly. And you know what I'm saying? Growing. Uh, our goal for this year is to at least get to at least get to okay, at least get the 600 followers. At least get the like we're almost there. Got a little bit more to go. We're almost there. Got a little bit more to go. But you know, these things take time. You know, we're building up to it slowly. You know, but surely building up to it slowly. Do know where they go. Surely. Yeah. Okay, there we go. That's better. But yeah. Hey man, success takes time. Uh, there's been a lot of things going on behind the scenes. But yeah, we're slowly but surely making it. You know what I'm saying? And all thanks to the people that have been here for us, that's had our back. The people who, you know, just help shout us out, interact with us, all that. So yeah, if y'all don't mind, you know what I'm saying, if you got time, go over to the Twitch page and follow, leave a comment. It helps boost the algorithm. You know, helps increase our chances of being discovered by other creators, other, you know, I guess people who, you know, are into this type of content. So yeah, if you don't mind, help us out. Help us out. Love y'all. Yeah, go show us some love over there, and we really appreciate it. Anywho, that's enough about us. You know, also, you know, go follow us on Instagram. We have an Instagram page. Tell your mama, your grandma, your dad, your uncles, your cousins, your brothers, your sisters, your nieces, and your nephews. Uh, Tell the old man down the street, hey yo, go check out Saturday Night Nerds on Instagram, Twitch, and YouTube and Facebook. We trying to bring smiles to people, you know, especially in this climate and economy. You know what I'm saying? It's definitely needed. Uh, Yo, what's good, Raiden? What's good, bro? Uh, but yeah, man, we're trying to spread love. We're trying to spread positivity over here, and you know, give people a piece of our lives, of what makes us us. You know, we grew up nerds. We grew up loving comic books, games, movies, TV shows, and I'm pretty sure everybody that's here can relate. And so, if you know someone else that maybe need a good laugh, a good something to occupy their mind, you know what I'm saying, in this climate today, in this economy today, then hey, go tell them, yo, this might be for you, man. This might be for you. Trying to bring some joy to everybody. Um, no negativity, you know what I'm saying? No, this is a no judgment zone here. But at the same time, yeah, that's a big but. You know what I'm saying? Just treat everyone with respect, and yeah, that's all I can ask for is be respectful and mindful of other people here. You know, just be careful what you post. Um, we're not trying to, you know, hold your hand and limit you from posting things, but just be aware of what you post, because you never know who may take offense. Um, Outside that, shoot, who else? Oh yeah, my boy Raiden. Yes sir. Gotta gotta get him up. Gotta get him up over there. He's on Twitch. Um, so go support him, please. Um, he probably knows that we Sunchi, you know what I'm saying? He's already in the chat. So yeah, go support him, man. You know what I'm saying? He's trying to make it over there just like we are, you know. Um, Show him some love. This dude makes some mean edits, some TikToks. I'm telling you, Call of Duty edits, man. It's crazy. Like he be popping off, bro. He's very creative, and like it's beautiful. It's beautiful how he does it, man. And like, hey, yo, hire him as your editor. If you need an editor, hire that man because he is not gonna fail you. He's gonna make that fire. But yeah, man, he's good people. He's good people. Um, Follow him on over there on his group page also. Uh, Yeah, show them some love, man. Real good people. Um, Shout out to Blake and Fundamentals. Uh, Make sure you go follow them. They got they got big things popping over there. They pretty newer. You know what I'm saying? Blake's been around for a while, but the podcast is a bit newer. So, you know what I'm saying? Help him get them followers up, help him get them subscribers, them likes up. You know what I'm saying? That's what it's about over here, helping each other make it. Because let's be honest, it's hard to be successful today. It's hard. So we need each other. You know what I'm saying? Let's help uplift each other and bring other people together, you know, in this community. So yeah, go follow. I believe he's on Twitch and YouTube, if I'm not mistaken. Uh, Maybe Deontay will correct me or somebody. Uh, but yeah, it's called Fundamentals. Yep, on YouTube, TikTok, and Facebook. Appreciate it, Raiden. Thank you. Yeah. Shout out to Eat the Cake Anime. They got some they got some juicy stuff over there, juicy content on Eat the Cake Anime going on over there, man. I enjoy watching that. Like they're new, you know what I'm saying? But I already know. Come on, it's called Eat the Cake Anime. You know they going places, bro. Like it's your boy Mac over there, aka Willie McCoy. Your girl Jacqueline Lee. She's over there. Two of the OGs of the family of Saturday Night Nerds. They doing their things over there. Um, yeah, they doing some great stuff. Go send them some love, some positivity. Um, yeah, man, and go support DFPN. They've been around for a little bit, you know what I'm saying? They've helped mentor us, you know what I'm saying, in this uh content creating space. So yeah, go show them some love, man. I'm telling you, they're good people over there. And if you return the love and respect to them, they'll definitely do the same to you. Let's see, Queens of Nerdum, go support them. You know what I'm saying? Girl power. Girl bossing it up over there. You know what I'm saying? Got to have a healthy balance. You know what I'm saying? There's too many males in this nerd space. Let's go support the women over there. Let's go support them. But yeah. I'm trying to think. I think. USDN podcast. You know, they're doing their things over there. So show them some love. Uh, so follow them. Follow all of those people that I just named. You know, whatever platform they own, go follow them. Go show some love. And if you yourself trying to start out and do content creating or podcasting or whatever, hey man, we are glad to support you and promote your and advertise you. You know what I'm saying? Promote your brand. Just let us know. Make sure you got me and Deontay's permission. And yeah, man, I don't think either of us have a problem doing that. You know, that's what it's all about. But yeah, I think that's about it. I believe. Um, we got some things cooking up for the future of Saturday Night Nerds. Uh, some pretty good things, big things. But at the same time, we need you guys' support. to make all of this happen. Um, you don't have to feel pressured to do that. If y'all want to give a donation, that's much appreciated. God bless you and much appreciated. We love y'all. Um, if, if you want to shout us out to other people, we'll appreciate that. Any type of support and love, we'll reciprocate it. You know, but yeah, we're trying. We're trying over here. We're trying to bring y'all the best content that we can. Deontay says, shout out to the queens. Um, but yeah, shout out to all the queens out there and the queens of nerd. Shout out to them. Uh, yeah, but yeah, man. That's all we can ask is that you guys will continue to support us and help us make it to the next level. Um, because we'll definitely do that for you guys. That's just who we are. Um, yeah, I think that is about it for the formalities. Deontay, Raiden, y'all have any announcements? Uh, anything? Anybody I want to shout out or promote? The floor is open for like the next 5 minutes, and then we're gonna hop into it. Oh yeah. If anybody got a good playlist of like non-copyright music to play in the background, that'd be great. Shoot, drop that link. You know what I'm saying? Much appreciated. We be needing new things to vibe out to. To have playing in the background. You know what I'm saying? We like the vibe over here, and it's 420 friendly. Yeah. Okay, bet. Again, go follow Raiden Hayes J Gaming on Twitch, TikTok, and Facebook. I guess that is about it. Without further ado, without further ado, am I saying that right? Further, I don't even know what that is. Just be hearing people say it. That's crazy. All these years, and I never knew. Like, what are y'all saying? Further ado? Okay. Nah, but let's get started. Yo, without further ado, play my.
Is the best thing what? Exactly.
Man, and then it gets so. Oh my god. As an original. Oh, we got some new announcements. Hold on. Yes, sir. Deontay said new episode of Fundamentals this Tuesday. They will be covering all the announcements of D23 2024 third. And go follow Raiden on IG and YouTube. My bad. Yes, sir. Yeah. All right. Let's get into some Elden Ring. Now, first off, let me start by saying, man, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to God of War. You know, it wasn't fair. It wasn't fair that we snatched Game of the Year from you guys. But if you think about it, it makes a ton of sense. Okay. I'm sorry. It just does. Like, I can remember all of the memes, all of the God of War stands reaction. They were pissed that Elden Ring won Game of the Year. And let me be the first to say, I was not a Souls game player. I was not a Souls game player. I always saw Dark Souls, people playing it. I saw people playing Sekiro and all that stuff, and I'm like, that stuff looks dark, gloomy, and boring, and depressing. And I apologize. I apologize to all the Dark Souls and Soulsborne players. I'll be the first to apologize. I'll be a man and apologize to you guys. I am sorry. I did not know just how great of a game this was going to be. And me personally, my taste in games is like Halo 1, 2, 3, ODST, what else? Freaking Call of Duty. I tried my hand in Apex Legends, but man, that stuff was moving too fast for me. That I don't know how people do it on there. They be zipping around everywhere. But now that I'm getting into Call of Duty, I'm getting better at Warzone. You know what I'm saying? I'm getting up there with Raiden and Deontay and Blake and and Wyatt. Shout out to Wyatt Hickman. These dudes are literal like gods of Call of Duty, man. Like, I don't understand how they pull off some of the plays that they pull off, but they do it. But anyways, back on track. Yeah, man, like I never understood the appeal of the whole Dark Soul genre. I played God of War. Me and my brother, we played God of War when we were kids. And that was a fun time. But after that, I kind of like just grew out of it. And not because of it personally. It's nothing against God of War. It's just like, man, my brother had moved away at around the time they started coming out with new God of War and stuff like that. And I was missing my bro. And every time I looked at God of War, it would just remind me of the nostalgia and old days. And I'm like, God dang it, man, I can't relive that. I can't relive that. My bro's not here. So then I started hating. I'm not, look, I'm okay. I can admit it. I'm a man. Started hating on God of War. I was like, Man, God of War. It brought out God of War brought out the Kendrick Lamar in me, and I started hating big time on it. But I do understand the appeal behind it. So, res- God of War has my respect and has a special place in my heart. You know, but when Elden Ring won Game of the Year, I felt like I won. I felt like I was sitting there. I felt like Miyazaki, just up there, palms sweaty and everything. I'm like, we haven't won nothing tonight, bro. Let us win. I mean, we did win. What was it? Best soundtrack? I don't know. We won something like that. Elden Ring won something. But, bro, let me tell you, I was at the edge of my seat watching the awards, and I was like, I got my bets on Elden Ring, but I just know it's rigged. God of War gonna win. If it wins, bro, I'm gonna flip a table, probably go punch an old lady or something, and apologize later. Not her fault by any means, but you know, I will try to level with her and talk to her and be like, listen, understand my struggle. A game that I don't even play and cannot stand has won Game of the Year. But anyway, Kratos is that dude. Kratos is that dude, man. What are you talking about, Deontay? I'm not hating on Kratos. The thing that makes me like walk away from a like an anime or just start hating on an anime or a game is the fandom. The fandom make that crap toxic. It's toxic AF, man. Like I hate the way you walk away to you walk away to you. Nah. Nah, bro, but like, yeah, the fandom, it's the fandom fault, man. They put him on the same tier as Goku, right? So it's like, whenever you have someone having a conversation, just two people talking about, hey, I bet Saitama can whoop Goku. You know, they'll argue for a second, and then next thing you know, here comes this Kratos loving ninja out of the blue. But can they beat Kratos? Bro, if you don't shut up. Where did you come from? Butt out, bro. God dang, man. This was not your conversation. Anyway. That stuff be killing me, man. I'm like, who invited you? Who invited you to this cookout? That's the way I feel about Goku too. Dragon Ball Z would always have a special place in my heart. Shout out and rest in peace to Akira Toriyama. But the fandom, oh my God, the toxicity just be seeping out of their pores. They are itching for someone to do a verse. You could be talking about John Wick versus Blade. They'll come out of the woodworks waiting, just peeking around the corner, waiting on somebody to be like, ooh, is this a verse battle? But can he beat Goku? Where's my gun? Get out of here. Yeah, I can't remember if it did win or not. Elden Ring won a couple awards, and God of War won the year after. I think. Yeah, yeah. But that year was our year to eat. We had to fandom for Goku and Blackbeard. Yeah, yeah. I would say Goku and who else? Blackbeard's up there. His fandom up there. For me, it's Goku and Gojo. Brother. Ah, bro. Don't get me started on the Gojo Glazers. This is why I push Sukuna so much. And God forgive me, the Lord, when, spoiler alert, spoiler alert, just warning y'all, there's tons of spoilers in this podcast today. But, hey, you had fair warning, and I'm giving you time. Hold up. As a matter of fact, y'all got about. If you are a Gojo Glazer or you don't like spoilers, you got about 30 seconds. Starting now. Gojo dead. Anyway, hey, y'all had y'all 36 seconds, man. Look, when Sukuna defeated Gojo, oh boy, the euphoria that I felt come over me. Lord have mercy. I was like, wait. Where's the Gojo Glazer? Where y'all at? No, come back. What was that? Wait, what was you talking? Hey, Playboy, come back here. Oh, man. That was victory. You don't understand. There was so many. You had your fandom for Sukuna, right? And we like, dang, bro. We just know Gojo gonna win all the time. Gay being the most petty creator, writer, artist out there was like, oh nah, yeah, I'm gonna build him up real good. Because I don't think he had this level of hate for Gojo until the fandom started making it toxic. And Gay is a man after my own heart. Bro, I love this dude. I love this dude. The amount of disdain and hatred he got from Gojo is on another level. He was like, hold up. I know what's about to get him. So petty. He was like, oh, yeah. Gojo win. At the very beginning of the story, I'd win. Gojo, Itadori said, Gojo, who would win out of you and Sukuna? Gojo said, I'd win. Gege said, okay, I'm going to remember that. Make a note of that. Oh, they did my boy bad. I ain't going to spoil it too much of how they did. But let's not say they, Sukuna. Because people going to try to dice it up every which way. but he had to do this, this, and this in order to do it. I'm gonna tell you, like I told Redon, I don't care how I beat you, you're gonna die today. This is war, and war has no rules. I don't care. It's Jujutsu Kaisen, man. It's known for jumping. Come on. Oh no, y'all. I forgot. I forgot what this was about. Y'all almost made me forget what this was about. No, no. Oh yeah, I gave him the countdown, bro. I gave them the countdown for all the ones that don't like spoilers. My bad. I was about to go on the rant. Boy, I was gonna be just as petty. But that ain't it. It's not about Gojo, Goku, uh, or any of that today. Today is about Elden. Okay. Like I was saying at the beginning, I was not a Souls born. Pause. What did I say? What did I say? What happened? What happened? Oh, bro. Was that a pause moment? I'm gonna have to play that back later, bro. But yeah, man, like I was not a Soulsborne player until Elden Ring. Everybody kept talking about it. I'm like, what's Elden Ring, bro? I saw trailers everywhere. I'm like, it's not my style of game. I like RPG games. I played Neverwinter, but that didn't look like my type of game. But as soon I don't know, there was something about it that made me want to pick it up and try. I remember, hold up, I remember what it was. Somebody was telling me, oh, well, Soulsborne games is the hardest games out. You know, you got to be good to beat it. I'm like, bro, I've beaten every game I put my hands on. What are you talking about? This ain't no different. That's like, Soulsborne game gonna make you cry and quit. I bet you quit. I'm like, bruh, you don't know me, do you? Ain't no hole in my blood. I live for this. I like challenges. I did not know what I was getting myself into. I'm gonna tell you that much. This type of challenge is made for people who just, it's like if you were Goku and you wanted to get to the next level, you have to do some training and grinding to get to the next level just to defeat the main villain of the story. That's the type of game it is. And when I tell you it's a power fantasy, it's quite literally a power fantasy. Oh, wait. What I said about gay? Look, man. Sorry. I'm not trying to glaze gay, but I'm glazing gay. Anyways, yeah, about Elden Ring. Nah, pause. Yeah, like I said, man, it's a power fantasy. You're gonna struggle like never before. But there's something about it, like as soon as you beat whatever obstacle in front of you, there's this sense of euphoria that just comes over you and makes you want to pick the controller back up and go for more. It's crazy. On top of that, the world is massive. When I say it's massive, it's like nothing you've ever seen before. The map is huge. When you thought you discovered everything in one area, there's something else. There's an underground city. There's a tunnel somewhere. There's an invisible wall or something that you can go through and discover treasure. So many types of weapons, thousands of, maybe probably not thousands, but you get what I'm talking about. Hundreds of weapons to choose from. Character creation on point. You can make your character whatever you want. Male, female, doesn't matter. You can get, the biggest nose you want, the biggest head you want. You can be a mage. You can make a monk build. You can be a samurai. You know. Oh, Deontay, what are you talking about? What's going on? I don't know what I said this time, man. Look. Anyway, you got all those, man. You could be the villain. You could be the hero. Shoot. Or you could just be a vagabond, a prisoner, whatever. You know what I'm saying? You can cast incantations. You can cast spells. You know? They have so much you can do to your character, to your build, to make it the way you want. You like drip? Ooh, boy. You got unlimited drip. You like the boss drip? Well, kill him and run his pockets. Take his whole flow. Or you can mix and match. You got item crafting. And the game on its own is just so beautiful. I don't know how to explain, but like when you walk into that world, it's like being born all over again. That's crazy, but it's like you're a baby coming into the wide open world for the first time. And it's cool. I don't know what else. We're gonna shoot. I think it's only right before we get into the lore that we start off with we can watch the trailers up until the DLC. They have gameplay trailers just to give you a demonstration of what I'm talking about. But the game is massive and it's just way too fun, man. You could do co-op, you know what I'm saying? Run around with a squad, you know, you and your boys. Maximum of 3 people in the game. You and 2 others could just run around the whole world, just killing things, being chaotic. Yeah, heck yeah, man. It's amazing. Yo, what's good? Night drawings. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. Hope you enjoy. We talking about some Elden Ring. You know what I'm saying? If you into that type of game, you know what I'm saying? They got they got multiple endings. They have multiple endings that you could do. If you want to marry you a demigod, they got that ending. You know what I'm saying? You and Ronnie just walk off into the sunset. That's my baby right there. Am I a simp for running? Possibly. I won't admit it, but possibly. Would I lick her toes? Anyways, uh, uh, what them four arms do is, I will say that. I always wondered, like, she got four of them things. What does they do? But they got waifus up here too, man. They got waifus up here. Beautiful. The voice acting is top notch. Like, it's crazy. All right. I guess I'm quick glazing, as y'all call it, Elden Ring. But yeah, let's watch some gameplay trailer real fast. And yeah, talk about it. We're chilling right now. Okay? We're chilling. We're gonna get into some lore. But yeah, just to give y'all a kind of a sense of what I mean. This was 3 years ago.
Peggy 16.
Let me mute the background. All right. Peggy 16. Yeah.
The tarnished
Anyways.
will soon return. Guided by once lost. The Golden Order is broken to its core.
Foul tarnished.
Shoot, not bad. Difficulties over here. Let's take this back a little bit. Come on, StreamYard, don't do that to me. But yeah, man, it's pretty good big world. It's big world, man. Anyways, let's do this.
They will fight. And they will die. Ending curse. For how else is a champion or a lord to be born?
Well, a lowly tarnished, playing as a lord. I command thee now!
Brandish the Elden Ring. For all of us.
Sir. That was the first trailer. Yeah, that was the first trailer. But man, you get it. You kind of get it. Like, I'm pretty sure y'all seen like gameplays here and there, everywhere. I definitely share gameplay. I stream Elden Ring, so yeah. I mean, you get the gist of it. It's massive, and there's so much to do. It's fun, interactive, man. Like, you just lose yourself in the game. Outside of the you getting your cheeks clapped all the time, but then you get to a level where you do the cheek clapping. Ain't nobody running your pockets in there. Nah, you get so good that you running their pockets. You clapping their cheeks. Pause. But you know what I mean. uh, anyways, but yeah, man, it's pretty crazy up in there. And you meet so many different people playing Elden Ring. I can't tell you the amount of people I've met, the countless amount of friendships that I've made. You know what I'm saying? Relationships destroyed, uh, screens destroyed, property destroyed. I had my first rage moment like about a month ago, and I remember I was fighting Midra, Lord of Frenzy Flame, and bro, the thing that pissed me off about that boss, the dude he was killing me way too gracefully. Just whispering around the room with a blade in his hand, twirling and dancing, and it pissed me off. I was like, dude, if you don't take this fight seriously, bro, stop dancing around me. Hit me. Face me like a man. I'm tired of this bull. You ain't gonna make me look stupid. But stupid, he did make me. Bruh, I'm telling you that. Oh, usually I'm composed, man, and I don't break my property like that. When I get angry at a game, I get up, I walk away, I go outside, I take a breather. But it was something about this boss that I was like, I'm not going nowhere. I'm not getting up and walking away and taking a breather because this dude want to float around the room, shanking me, causing me madness. No, I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna fight this bastard, man. Screw him. The heck? What do you think he is? I'm the Elden Lord. But, he ran my pockets and clapped my cheeks, man. I got clapped up. I don't know what to tell you. It didn't go as smooth as I thought it would. I thought I was gonna go into the DLC. Yeah, whoa. Pause. Nah, you know what I mean. I thought I was gonna go into the DLC like, just slapping dudes up, man. Like, but it didn't happen like that. It just didn't happen like that. There's like, I forgot how many bosses in this game total. I guarantee. Hold up, I can look it up. I guarantee it's over like 200 something bosses total, DLC and base game. Oh my good God. Yeah. Hey, you never get bored with that. You'll never get bored. There's way too many bosses, man. You can't get bored. Hold up, wait a minute. Of course, they definitely like upgraded it because in the base game, yeah, I remember 165 total bosses. But then you add the DLC to it. That's 42 more bosses, making it 238 bosses total. Meaning main boss, mini boss, you know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, that's crazy. That is crazy, Oh boy. Hold up. Hold. Wait a minute. Let me. Gotta make this bigger. Okay. All right. Anyways, yeah. But yeah, that's and like it's crazy. It's really, 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 really crazy. 238 bosses. You think you're gonna get bored? Nah. This is why it's so playable. The replay value on this game is nuts. You could go new game +1, new game +2, new game +3. I'm at new game +10 right now. If I beat the game again, it'll be new game +11. So take that for what you will. I don't need to touch grass. I've been touching grass. It's just I've been on this game. Like when I get bored, I play this. When I'm sad, I play this. When I'm mad, I play this. I take my anger out on little NPCs, man. Take my anger out on the soldiers. Yeah. 238 bosses, man. In this game total. You heard it right. You heard right. One of my favorite things about the game is the voice acting. they have so like the voice acting in this game is phenomenal, beyond some of the greatest voice actors I've ever heard in any media. Uh, I do, and there's some really great ones in anime. Some really great voice actors in like the in the DCEU, some or the animated DC TV shows. There's some great voice actors in the Marvel TV shows. Man, it's just so phenomenal. It and Elden Ring is up there amongst the greatest. And I tell you something else. Like I didn't know. I learned this about uh, a year or so ago that the voice actor for one of the hardest boss, she used to be the hardest boss in the Souls game, bar none. Crown hardest boss, Melania. Until the DLC came, and spoiler alert, Redun came back and was like, "Nah, I gotta get my get back. I'm second to none. Heck, nah, I take that crown. Give me that crown." And now Redun holds that for Elden Ring. Uh, well, hold up. Yeah, no. I looked it up. The voice actor for Melania, bro. Uh, I'm about to show y'all this lady, and probably we'll hear her voice lines too. Hold up. Okay. Let me make sure before I share my screen. Yeah. Anyways, don't worry about it. But yeah, now the voice actress name is Piper Bennett Warner. I don't know. I think she's done other things like other work in the entertainment industry, but this is really who she's like most famously known as. And look at her, just like come on now, look at the sister, man, come on. Woo! I ain't gonna lie, bro. Her character in the game is fine. She's fine. Beautiful, beautiful. Black queen. And bro, like, let me tell you, bro, her voice acting is just out of this world. Out of this world. Here we go. Like I would have never guessed, you know? Who would have ever guessed that this beautiful lady This delicate flower is the hardest boss in from in Souls game history, or used to be in the base game. But yeah, like this is just like an example of like never judge a book by its cover. You'll look at Melania in the game and it's like, and me thinking, I'm like, oh, this sounds like a uh of course she's a UK voice actress, but she sounds pretty powerful, man. Nah. I can picture her. I can picture how she looks. She probably looks powerful. She probably walks powerful. You know what I'm saying? Like that's Melania voice right there. That's Piper's voice right there. You know what I'm saying? Like yeah, strong woman. And then when I looked her up, saw her picture, who she really was, I was like, ain't no way. My heart melted. My heart was melting. I was like, nope, nope, don't do it. Goodness, man, that is a beautiful woman. That is a beautiful woman. Then they have, other voice actors, actresses, man. Uh, Another one of my favorites would probably be Ronnie. Yep, we already knew that was coming. Luna Princess Ronnie's voice actor. Like, yeah, 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 no. They got, like, bro, everybody in this game, the voice actor, the voice actress, is like, they're all very, like, it's like, where did you get these people from? Why are they built like this? They can't all look this good, man. I don't believe it. But they do. They all look phenomenal. They look amazing, you know. That's all I can say. I'm gonna keep it PG. They look phenomenal. This is why I married Ronnie. They ain't have an option in the game to marry Melania. Probably would have did that too. Yeah. And people in Elden Ring probably would have been like, ew, bro, you gonna get rot. I don't, I mean, never mind. Okay. Okay. Yeah, you're right. You're right. I might get scarlet rot. But hey, I married her. It is what it is. But yeah, man, like Elden Ring's built for everybody. It's built for everybody. Like I can't really think of like the haters out there. I can understand. I understand. Like if you're not used to uh, any type of fighting games, anything that you ever had to work hard at, you were just good at everything. Then I could understand being a hater coming into this game and being like, "Nah, man, screw that, screw this game, bruh. This game sucks." Oh yeah, it does suck for you. It sucks for you. Hey, that's the truth. It's a hard pill to swallow. You just suck at the game. Now, you can ask for advice. I can give you my advice. I'm not gonna tell you like every other Soulsborne connoisseur get good. But There's a reason why Miyazaki put spirit summons or rooms in the game, all types of weapon incantation you're supposed to use. That's how you enjoy the game. You play it how you want to play it. Enjoy it the way you want to enjoy it. So never let anybody, if you're new to the game, just now picking it up, don't listen. Like your chat might be like, oh, he got to use sorcery. You got dang straight. I'm a wizard. Surprise. What the heck, bro? Oh, he had to use a hammer. Yeah, I'm a strength build. Surprise. Or, oh, he had to spell incantations, sorceries, and use a katana. Yeah, I'm a jack of all trades. So what? It's not my fault you suck. It's not my fault you can't beat me. It's not my fault you can't beat that boss. That's a you problem. That is a you problem. I'm sorry. Look, hey, it be like that, you know? It be like that sometimes. And so you just can't help it. You know, sometimes you can't help it, but you can. You actually can. Work hard, grind. You don't have to, spend every waking hour on it, but play it at your own pace, your own leisure. It's your world. You're the MC. You're striving to be the Elden Lord. So, hey, take your time, brother. Take your time. You know, don't let nobody sweat you, because then that's when the game stop being fun. That's when you want to give up, uninstall the game, and never play it again because of expectations and what people want you to do. And you're worried about how you may look to other players. Don't matter. They're not you. They're not in your world. They're not the Elden Lord of your world. So they can't tell you how to run your world. You're the king. You're the Elden Lord. Go out there and defeat a bunch of demigods and gods and outer gods. Which goes back to what I was saying. This is the ultimate power fantasy. You're not only fighting regular soldiers, you're fighting demigods. You're fighting outer gods. I've defeated a couple outer gods in here. So that makes me the god of my Elden Ring. So yeah, hey. But yeah. Well, I think we can go look at some more. You know what I'm saying? We could talk about the lore now. I've talked about the game like enough. I've glazed it enough. You know, I've preached to the high heavens about the game. Now it's time to do a little history and the lore. You know what I'm saying? And what better to start off with than, okay, wow. This is a pretty lengthy one. I will say that. But we here. We here for a little bit until we all get tired and fall asleep or whatever. But yeah, man. This is one of them late night streams. So we chilling. We're gonna learn about some We're gonna learn about the lands between. We're gonna learn about the lands that I conquered, the gods that I've slain, the outer gods that I've defeated, the history of why the Elden Ring came to be. And for that, we got to start at the beginning. And there's two YouTube creators that specializes in telling the story of Elden Ring like none other, and that's Vati Video and Smoketown. Oh yeah, definitely. Yeah. We're gonna be petty like all the Goku Glazers and all the Gojo Glazers. He's Gojo. He's Goku. How about get good? Nah, you said, hey, preach, the other. Hey, look, I can't wait till to watch Deontay and hopefully my boy Raiden. We definitely got to get you the base game, bro. We definitely got to get you the base game. But boy, if I'm not able to join y'all, I know for a fact both of y'all. Oh yeah, y'all gonna test some stuff up. It's gonna be chaotic, and I'm here for it. I can't wait to watch it. I can't wait, especially with Deontay. Oh boy, this man, you have never heard a better ish talker than Deontay. Like this dude be going off, and it's hilarious. Like some of the funniest I've ever heard. But yeah, without further ado, let's get into it. I think we're gonna start off with Smoketown first. Uh Elden Ring full story explained. I might pause it a little bit in between, you know what I'm saying? We gotta try and not get copyright. But I've seen plenty of other people react to it. So, as long as we're doing the right thing and being careful, we shouldn't get copyright. Fingers crossed. We haven't had a strike yet, and we've been on here for 4 years. So, yeah, let's pray to God that we don't start now. You know. Oh no, hold on. Oh, there we go. Have a look. All right, got that mug in 1080p. Yes, sir. Never, yes, sir. Never sweat. And I hope my signal and everything is good, and this one doesn't buffer like way too much. That's my only concern. So if it starts doing it too much, then I don't know. We'll try to fix it. But if we can't fix it, then hey, show must go on.
The basic narrative of Elden Ring is quite simple. It begins with the shattering of the Elden Ring, a cosmic artifact that governs this.
There. All right, everything good. Check, check, check. Again, appreciate everybody for coming, for being here, for watching. Make sure y'all like and subscribe on YouTube. Follow us on Twitch. Leave a comment on the video. And leave a comment over there on Twitch. Help boost the algorithm and chances of being discovered, you know, of more people coming by and enjoying our content and help support us. So, again, much love. Let's get let's do it.
World. A war then ensues, but no clear successor arrives from the brutal conflict. With the demigods failing to claim the throne, the Greater Will looks to the Tarnished, a long-banished warrior people, to restore order and ascend the Elden throne. Yet beyond this basic narrative is a world of rich history, lore, and hidden narratives that provides a never-ending rabbit hole for those who enjoy a good story. This is something that can be experienced in part by watching my entire lore series, a 35-hour exploration into this incredible world. Yet in the comments of that video, I noted a common request.
Is the
Could I
volume
provide
okay?
a more condensed story summary in preparation for the DLC? That is what this video aims to be, a more concise story summary of Elden Ring, or at least as concise as I can possibly make it. From the division of the One Great to the Shattering War, this video will give you everything you need to understand the lore basics ahead of Shadow of the Erdtree. So join me this week as we explore the lore of Elden Ring. And remember that if you enjoy Elden Ring lore, then consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel. The Elden Ring itself is the most important artifact.
All right. Hold on. So how's the volume on the video so far? Let me try to center this. Bring this up a little bit. There we go. What? Shout out to your role models, Colonel Stinkmeat and Uncle Ruckus. Okay. Yeah. Or less than hair boy. Nah. All right, we're gonna continue. Hold on, let me check the volume on this. Okay. Should be good.
Artifact in the lands between, and so it is fitting that we begin with it and its arrival in this world. The item description of the Elden Star's incantation reads the following. This legendary incantation is the most ancient of those that derive from the Erdtree. It is said that long ago, the Greater Will sent a golden star bearing a beast into the lands between, which would later become the Elden Ring. There are a number of important pieces of lore to be found within these few sentences. The first is that the Elden Beast and the Elden Ring are one and the same. This is what is also visually communicated to us in the final battle of the game as well. Radagon holds the Elden Ring within his body, but when he is defeated, the Elden Ring's avatar arises from the mist. Another visual detail which communicates this is a crack present along the Elden Beast's stomach, highlighting that this beast is the Elden Ring that was shattered by Marika. We learn more, which reads the following. It was the vassal beast of the greater will, and living incarnation of the concept of order. If the Elden Beast is the living avatar of order, then the Elden Ring is an artifact through which order is imposed. You see, the greater will never interacts directly with the lands between. The Elden Beast is its vassal, meaning it rules here on.
So basically, yeah, we got like the Elden Ring and the Greater Wheel, and then we have the avatar of the Greater Wheel, which are all pretty much one. Sort of like, I guess if you want to think about it, like in a simpler term, like say Christianity, you have the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit type deal, right? But this is Elden Ring, so you have the Elden Ring, you have the Greater Wheel, and then you have the Greater Wheel avatar, the avatar of the Greater Wheel, right? So keep that in mind. You know what I'm saying? Just a little bit of trying to drop a little bit of knowledge on you. Like if it's not becoming clear. Also, I had to pause it because copyright and everything. Anyways, let's continue.
On behalf of the greater will. The two fingers are described in a similar fashion via the Nox mirror helm, which reads, worn by those committed to high treason. It wards off the intervention of the greater will and its vassal fingers. We begin to see a picture emerging of the greater will's limitations. It cannot act directly on the earthly plane and can only do so through third parties. The Elden Ring, the Elden Beast, the Two Fingers, and Marika herself. Enya tells us that Marika's position of God is basically a chosen earthly representative of the greater will and vessel for the Elden Ring.
Queen Marika is the vessel of the Elden Ring, carrier of its vision, a god in truth.
Incidentally, this is why Marika and Radagon also shatter alongside the Elden Ring, as they bear the Elden Ring within themselves as the vessel of its power. They are part of it, in a way.
O Radigan, leal hound of the Golden Order, thou art yet to become me. Thou art yet to become a god. Let us be shattered, both. Mine other self.
Indeed, we see this happen in the announcement trailer, where their body shatters alongside the Elden Ring, and of course we fight the shattered remains of Radagon, still bearing the broken Elden Ring. So the Greater Will enforces its will on the lands between via proxy, and we know that the Elden Ring brings order, and the form that order takes seems to be a result of its constituent parts, runes. We know runes are the constituent parts of the Elden Ring.
I will say, the whole finger thing is just, it's weird. It's weird. But don't think like that, okay? Get your minds out of the gutter. Also, you may come across messages on the ground that says finger butthole. Don't listen to them. They're just trolls. Okay? I just wanted to get that out the way. Them two fingers, they on some, sometimes it's on some freaky stuff. Like if you read the messages on the ground, them people right there, we call them degenerates, man. They be putting some freaky stuff down there. Don't pay attention to that. Oh, shoot, bro. Anyways.
Because the introduction tells us that the great runes gathered by the demigods are the resultant fragments of the shattered
Oh yeah,
Elden Ring.
appreciate it, Deontay.
Thus, all runes, ranging from the great runes to the small golden runes we collect, are fragments of the shattered Elden Ring. It is the composition of certain runes that make up the current order that determines in what manner the Elden Ring imposes order upon the material realm. We know this thanks to the various Elden Lord endings: Age of Fracture, Age of the Dustborn, Age of Order, and the Blessing of Despair. These endings are all the same in the broader sense. We repair the Elden Ring and become Elden Lord, the fractured Marika's new consort. However, they all differ in a significant way. They each usher in a different type of order, as the Elden Ring is affected by the particular.
So, in the meantime, hold up. Uh, because I know, like, for me, the word consort was kind of, I'm like, when I was playing Elden Ring, I would hear the word consort all the time. And I'm like, what the heck is a consort? Will you be my consort? You know, Ronnie would ask me, will I be her consort? Mikola asked his brother, keep that in mind, to be his consort. And I'm thinking like, oh, okay. He's asking his brother, hey, yo, can you be my right hand man? Can you be my sword or shield? You know what I'm saying? You want to be my general or something? Nope, nope, and nope. That is not what consort means. If we can deviate for just a second, I will show you the meaning of what a consort is. So keep that in mind. Keep the word consort in mind. Anytime you hear America asking Radagon to be her consort, anytime you hear her ask Godfrey, would you be my consort? Or anytime you hear another player in the game or NPC in the game ask another NPC or you, will you be my consort? Just remember what that means. It does not mean right hand, does not mean a soldier or whatever. We're gonna educate ourselves today. We're gonna learn what consort be. Cause I promise you, Mikola was on that freaky bullcrap. How you gonna ask your brother? Never mind if he's a guy or whatever. Hey, to each their own. We don't look. It's your life, Mikola. It's your life. You be what you want to be, bro. No, all love over here. I'm gonna treat you the same. But your brother, on the other hand, half brother, whatever he may be, he's still your blood. He asked his brother to be his consort, his promised consort. Look at this word, consort. A wife, husband, or companion, in particular, the spouse of a reigning monarch. I'm gonna let that sink in for a little bit. I'm gonna let that sink in for a little bit. Oh, it even has a little sentence down here. Habitually associate with someone, typically with the disapproval of others. You choose to consort with the enemy. That's the sentence. You chose to consort with the enemy. Yeah. Let that word sink in for a little bit longer. Yeah. He asked his brother, would you be my consort? Man, that is your brother, bro. I thought this was the lands between, not Alabama. Apparently, I was wrong. Oh, also, the whole family, keep in mind, the whole family, outside of Ronnie and Mesmer, is on some pretty freaky stuff. They on some pretty freaky stuff with each other. Anyways, we're gonna continue. Oh, buddy. Uh, we're gonna continue.
Mending rune we choose. If we introduce Dungator's Rune of the Fell Curse, the entire Elden Ring is affected and the world's order with it. Indeed, the Golden Order itself is an order that resulted from a certain configuration of runes, specifically the absence of the Rune of Death. This is something we learn from the Mending Rune of the Death Prince, which reads, "The Golden Order was created by confining destined death. Thus, this new order will be one of death restored." This fact is reiterated by Enya, who says,
The rune of death goes by two names. The other is destined death, the forbidden shadow plucked from the Golden Order upon its creation.
This brings us to an interesting discussion regarding the greater will. It becomes clear that it cares about only one thing: order, no matter the form that order takes. This is a point beautifully argued by Ratatoskr in his video on the greater will, which I will link below. In this video, Ratatoskr makes the point that the greater will isn't necessarily tied to the Golden Order specifically, and points to the ancient dragon civilization to cement this point. The Remembrance of Placidusax tells us that this great dragon was once an Elden Lord himself, in an age far before the Erd Tree. He too was a consort to a god, just as
Now, think about that. You have a dragon, a whole dragon, whole what is four-headed dragon, who was the first Elden Lord, not Godfrey. Nope. Even though Godfrey called himself the first Elden Lord, no, it was not Godfrey. Before Godfrey, there was another Elden Lord, and his name was Placidusax. It's a weird word. It's a long name. Took me a while to get it down, to get used to it, but I can say it now. Placidusax. 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 Whatever. Still don't got it. Anyways, anybody could be an Elden Lord, I guess. A dog, a cat. You got squirrels in here that could probably become Elden Lord. I wouldn't doubt it. A bear. They have rune bears. Them dudes are just a nightmare. Anyways, yeah, they'll get to the whole lore with the dragons being the first Elden Lord and all the dragon and they people. But yeah, let's keep it rolling.
as we are to Marika, as are Radagon and Godfrey are to her as well. There is always a god, there is always a lord, and there is always an order, manifested by a specifically configured Elden Ring. In the ruins of Farum Azula, the dragon civilization, there is a mural depicting the Elden Ring, but it looks very, very different. And again, it suggests that the order of this time would have been very different from the Golden Order. Indeed, it has a very wild aspect to it, with the chaotic looking branches, suggesting it was the order of a more primal and bestial era. Before we go any further, I do want to briefly discuss the process through which a mortal god is selected. Rani is the best source for this, as she too was once an
My baby
Empyrean.
mama right
She
there,
says
by
the
the way.
following.
I was once an Empyrean of the demigods.
Good Lord,
Only
I love that
I,
voice.
Mikola, and Melania could claim that title. Each of us was chosen by our own two fingers as a candidate to succeed Queen Marika.
I'm gonna pause real fast, but man, this is an example of like the voice acting in this game. Oh, oh boy, Ronnie's voice actor is just on some other stuff, man. Like the first time I heard her speak in the game, I was like, "Who is this lady?" And why is she trying to seduce me, even though she wasn't? But her voice is just very seductive, like buttery, smooth. Anyways, yeah. Let me. Oh yeah, yeah. Consort. Yeah, consort. Mikola asked his brother to be his consort. Radon. He asked Radon to be his consort. So yeah, we had a little bit of we educating ourselves in this lore video. I'm helping educate the population. Anybody come to you and ask you, hey bro, you know, you've been rocking with me for years, bro. You know what I'm saying? We've been best friends. We've been homies. You the bro. But I want to ask you, bro. I need to ask you something. And you be like, yeah, what's up, man? What's up? Anything for my bro? You know what I'm saying? You know, just let me know what we talking about. Hey, what we talking about, bro? Hey, man, will you be my consort? And then you be like, ah, what? Hey, bro, look, I got you, man. I got you. You want me to go? You want me to go? What? Punch this dude in the face, in the mouth? I got you. You already know I'm your right hand man, bro. I'm your general. You my homie. Yeah, I'll be your consort. Next thing you know, you dressed up in a white gown, walking down a long, long hallway, reevaluating your life and thinking about your life choices. And thinking, maybe I should have, instead of answering and didn't know what the heck he was telling me or what he was talking about, maybe I should have researched a little bit. It don't hurt to ask questions or look things up. If you don't know a word, don't go along with it. Just be like, hold up a minute, homie. And you be like, all right, bet. I gotta Google something. What was that word again? Consort, man. Will you be my consort? Then you be like, hold up. I will beat the ever living dog out of you. You ask me some stuff like that again, bro. What is wrong with you? I got a whole wife at home. I got kids, man. You gonna ask me to be your consort? Go ask one of the other homies to be your consort, man. Or what? You got options, bro. You got options. Why you gonna come to me? Because you've been rocking with me for so long. And that means you're gonna ask me to be your consort? What is no? Nah, we gotta continue, bro. We gotta continue. All right. Oh,
To become the new god of the coming age, which is when I received Blythe, in the form of a vassal tailored for an Empyrean.
Empyreans are those elected by the Greater Will's vassals to be candidates for godhood. These would be gods then must wrest control of the Elden Ring and establish a new order, becoming a god. And this was a feat that Marika herself achieved when she was once Empyrean. The new order is then completed by the god taking a consort Elden Lord.
I like that word, Empyrean. Ooh, that's a cold word. That's a cold word, Empyrean.
Placidusax, Radigan, and Godfrey being the ones that we know about. So yes, the Greater will just wants an order, any order, reinforced by the fact that it will accept the order of the Fell Curse as readily as it will the Age of Order, ordaining you as the Elden Lord equally in each case. This is all well and good, but it still leaves us with some questions. When did this happen, though? When did the Elden Ring arrive in the lands between? Well, certainly a long time before even the Erd Tree. The Erd Tree and the Elden Ring have not always been synonymous. We have already read Placidusac's Remembrance, which tells us he was the Elden Lord in the time before the Erd Tree. it clearly took some time, possibly even a millennia, for the Erd Tree to emerge, and the Elden Ring was in operation without it for some time. My ideas on this have changed a lot over time, but my conclusion remains that I believe the Elden Ring precipitated diverse life on this planet, meaning it has been there since the beginning of life as we know it. We only get one reference to the origins of life in this world, and that is via the Maiden of Fingers, Hieta. After we assume the mantle of the Lord of Frenzied Flame and we touch Hieta, we transfer some of its power to her. The three fingers grant her clarity and give her the bigger picture of their plan. She tells us how life came to be and of that original state of life that the three fingers yearns to return to.
As your maiden, allow me to divine them. All that there is came from the one great. Then came fractures, and births, and souls.
So again, we learn it was the greater will that precipitated diverse life on the mortal plane, indirectly through its vassals and its chief instrument, the Elden Ring. Does it therefore not make sense that it was the Elden Ring's arrival that started this change? That its power was what afflicted the One Great and caused it to split? This is what I believe, given what we know about the Greater Will. I believe the arrival of the Elden Ring via the means described in Elden Stars was the moment in which the One Great shattered, and that the Elden Ring was sent to the earth for this exact purpose, to reform the life found within the One Great and impose the Greater Will's order upon it. There is also evidence that the Elden Ring is inexorably tied to life itself, as the Golden Rune item description reads, "Even now, runes are still imbued with the power of life itself. The current order, the Golden Order, is one of life unbound, with the removal of the Rune of Death." Marika's rune is also an interesting shape. As suggested by Quailag in a tweet, there is a real possibility that her rune is an inversion of the Rune of Death, making it the Rune of Life, and her the God of Life. Additionally, the Erd Tree is a creation of the Elden Ring, or is at least connected to its power, as illustrated by each of the endings in which a rejuvenated Erd Tree takes on the hue of the newly configured Elden Ring. This is significant as the Erd Tree itself acts as the nexus of life in the lands between. All life is returned to the Erd Tree via its burials, and as is pointed out by Tarnished Archaeologist in their video series on life, there are murals in the catacombs that suggest death is recycled, life being born from the boughs of the Erd Tree. We know for a fact that the earlier form of the Erd Tree during the Age of Plenty would bear dew, which itself contained life. We learn this from numerous items, such as the amber medallions that contain the hardened amber of the Erd Tree, described as containing a primordial life energy. Indeed, the vital energies of the amber do seem to boost the vitality of the bearer in different ways. The Erd Tree is, or at least was, a life-bearing tree, the source of primordial life itself, which makes sense when you consider the preceding form of the Erd Tree, the Crucible. We learn that the Erd Tree was once the Crucible via the Godskin Noble set, which reads, "Nobles are the most ancient apostles who are said to have assimilated inhuman physiology. Not
Oh, by the way, there was a theory that like the Earth tree was a parasite, some type of alien parasite or something like that that came to the lands between, because there's another tree somewhere in the world or whatever below. I think below in the lands between, that was the original tree before the golden Erd tree. And the golden Erd tree that we have now, I guess, snuffed the life out of the other tree, the younger tree. And yeah, but it feeds on death, rotten corpse, all that stuff. And so that's why, like the rune of death, uh was shattered, so no one in the lands between can actually die a real death. You'll either be a spirit or, you know, just cursed to just roam the lands between, or just you can't die. And so, yeah, it sucks. So you killing anyone or anything in it, to me, I see it as a mercy. You know what I'm saying? Because I wouldn't want to, man, heck no, not there. I would not want to live forever there. No, kill me.
Unlike the Crucible, the Erd Tree in its primordial form. Indeed, it seems as though the physical form of this Crucible was itself somewhat tree-like, as Siluria's spear modeled on the Crucible, and it takes on a wild arboreal form. We learn more about the role this Crucible played in regards to life via the aspect of the Crucible incantations, which reads the following. This is a manifestation of the Erd Tree's primal vital energies, an aspect of the primordial crucible where all life was once blended together. Now, in the past, I have certainly been guilty of
Also, yeah, the Crucible, like, dude, the Crucible Knight's armor, some of the most powerful armor in the game. I ain't gonna lie. When I discovered that armor, bro, it was up from there. Like all these bosses was getting it because the defense on them on the Crucible armor is crazy strong, and the poise, forget about it. No wonder I had a hard time, bro, fighting these Crucible Knights. They pissed me off, and I was like, you know what? If I can't beat them, I'm gonna join them. And I put the Crucible armor on, and that's how it happened. And from then on, that's my OG armor. That's what I rock. When all else fails, you see me put that Crucible armor on, it's up for you. It's up. Don't run.
overcomplicating the nature of the Crucible and the era in which it occurred. In the past, I have theorized it merely occupied the period before the Erd Tree, with some overlap with the Age of Dragons and the Beastman civilization. However, in starting afresh for this video, I believe the truth is far simpler. That truth being that the Crucible has existed since the beginning of diverse life, since the splitting of the One Great. The description of the aspect of the Crucible incantation contains a few key words. The Crucible was the place where all life was once blended together, and it is the primordial source of life. If all life had to have come from the Crucible at some stage, it means that it has always existed, at least until it was replaced by its new form, the Erd Tree. After all, Siluria's spear, modelled after the Crucible, has its name taken from the real-world Silurian period, one of the earliest eras in the Earth's history. The Crucible was the form that the One Great took after it had split, following the Greater Will's interference. The One Great and Crucible are therefore overlapping moments in the history of evolution, and thus it makes sense that they are described using similar language. Both are a stage of evolution where life was blended together. They are an overlapping stage of evolution, but both moving in the opposite direction. The Crucible is the blended form of life prior to diversification. It is the Crucible of evolution. Conversely, the frenzied flame wishes to reduce life to a similar state as the goal in of itself, to return things to the One Great. So, to surmise, there was the One Great, a form of singular uniform life, and then came the Elden Ring, which imposed the Greater Will's power upon it, causing it to break and become the Crucible. From the Crucible emerged all life, and in time this Crucible would become the Erd Tree, the new nexus of life, and they both represent a distinct moment in evolution, with the Erd Tree representing the advent of civilization. But we will get into that shortly. So the Crucible era began, and the earliest civilization that we know of under this greater epoch was that of the ancient dragons. fitting given they can easily represent this world's version of the dinosaurs. In my Ancient Dragons lore video, I had theorized that there could be a reason that dragons were the first beings on this earth. Zuli the Witch's video on Fortisax and the dragons highlights the fact that under their stone scales, the dragons have golden skin. This is most easily seen on the great wounds on Placidusax's body. Additionally, Placidusax, Elden Lord of his kind, breathes a very unique fire, a golden fire. The gold colour itself suggests a link to the Greater Will, but doubly so when you consider there is another being that breathes golden fire, the Elden Beast itself. The Elden Beast has a very draconic form. Is it possible that these first life forms were made in the image of God? Perhaps, but what is clear is that this was the civilization that first acted as living vassals.
All right. Also, keep in mind, Placidusax was the first Elden Lord. These are like on a power scale level. People really underestimate the power of these demigods and gods and outer gods in Elden Ring. Bro, there's a reason why they're demigods, gods, and outer gods. They have the power of outer gods too. For example, take Radon. This man held back the cosmos, stars, bro. He literally, physically held back the stars from moving or falling. Yeah, that is broken, and he's only one of the demigods. You have to fight gods and outer gods in here. Feel me? So, bro, yeah, the power on these dudes are like, if they were to bring Elden Ring or to live action or whatever and do lore accurate, or even made a comic book or a manga, an anime, they would be amongst the most powerful beings in all of fiction history. I'm talking about up there with probably Sun Wukong, up there with Goku, up there with the one above all. These dudes are crazy powerful. The game, you can only get a glimpse of their power in the game. Like when you defeat Radon the first time, all of the stars in the sky starts to move again. Like literally. There were no stars in the sky because this man was holding back a whole cosmos, meaning galaxies, stars, planets, clusters, bro, you name it. If you know anything about astrology, then you understand how crazy that is. Some of the demigods are possessed by outer gods or vessels. They're vessels for outer gods. Like you have Melania, who is the vessel for the god of Ra. Hold up. Testing. Okay. My bad. Yeah, you have Melania, who is the god of Ra. Or she's possessed by the god of Ra. You have Moog, who worship the formless mother, who is another outer god. It's the level of power is insane, man. I don't even think if you put Goku in that world or whoever else in that world, we're talking about love crafting level beings. We're talking about SCP level beings in this world, in that world. Like, and then Melania, who fought Radon, fought him to a stalemate, meaning there was no winner. So you telling me the guy that was holding back, well, granted, he was holding back the stars. So he was fighting with a handicap. So I give him that. Still, she fought him to a standstill. Granted, on her end, she was trying to hold back the god of rot from taking over her body. But they were going at it. They were fighting to the death while holding these beings back. Radon holding back the cosmos. You have Melania holding back the god of rot from taking over her body. It's insane, man.
For the greater will, as we have noted, are the power structure they had: Elden Lord, a god, and the Elden Ring. The ancient dragons, unlike their modern devolved kin, are beings of great intelligence, as we learn from Lance Sax's glaive, which reads the following. Lance Sax was the sister of Fortisax. It is said that she took the form of a human to commune with the knights as a priestess of the ancient dragon cult. While this, of course, refers to an event far later in the timeline, it gives an insight into their intellect and powers. They are able to communicate with other beings and even assume their forms. Combined with their incredible strength and possession of the Elden Ring, it would be easy to see why some may consider them to be gods. And indeed appears that this was the relationship between the beastmen and the dragons. Throughout Farum Azula, we see statues of beast clergymen beside the busts of ancient dragons, implying this religious relationship. We know the beastmen had a religious beliefs thanks to the item description of the Tinquidea, which reads, short sword given to high-ranking clergymen of Farum Azula. The design celebrates a beast's 5 fingers, symbolic of the intelligence once granted upon their kind. A few things to break down here. Intelligence was granted upon them, meaning it was a process of steady evolution. It was a sudden thing, something reinforced by the description bestial vitality, which reads, having gained intelligence, the beasts must have felt how their wildness slipped away as civilization took hold. It was a sudden and shocking change that happened in an instant as an external force pushed sentience upon them. How disturbing it must be to become aware in such a rapid manner. But what external force? Well, it must of course be the result of the greater will somehow. And as I've reiterated numerous times at this stage, the greater will never acts directly. Thus, I believe their intelligence derives from the Elden Ring and its first custodians, the dragons. If this was the case, would it not make sense that the beastmen would worship and serve the dragons? It is all speculation, of course, but to me, all the pieces fit. The name of the Cinquedea is very fitting, as it is an Italian weapon that means a 5-finger width blade, matching the blade's aesthetic design and symbolism. But what have 5 fingers got to do with the granting of one's intelligence? Well, as I've argued in numerous videos before, I believe this to be a reference to our own evolution and our development of opposable thumbs that granted us the ability to use tools, a foundational moment in our development as an upright, intelligent tool using rays. Indeed, the beastmen's own development as a society seems to be an analogy to early man, to real-world prehistory, and credit to Tarnished Archaeologist, who was the first to point this out in their stellar Farum Azula lore video, which I will link below. First, we start with the Stone Age, and evidence of their use of stone tools revealed to us by looking at the description of Bestial Sling, which reads the following. It is said that in the time before the Erd Tree, stones were the first weapons of the beasts who had gained intelligence. Following Tarnished Archaeologists' observations, we can then track their development to the Copper Age by observing their burial practices in Farum Azula, clearly modelled on the Varna burial of Bulgaria and then finally into the Iron Age, thanks to their iconic weapons, which are identified as iron by their item descriptions. This was the earliest period of civilization following the One Great's dissolution and the Crucible's emergence, the prehistoric era of dinosaurs and then primates, analogously represented by dragons and beastmen, respectively. Though it does seem as though man rose in these times as well, firstly, there are artistic depictions of human characters all throughout Farum Azula. Then, of course, there's the draconian appearance preset, which reads the following: the stony face of the people of the ancient dragons, among whom life is typically short. Lots of interesting takeaways here and things to ponder. Firstly, I do consider it likely that these are the first men given life expectancy for humans has gotten longer as we have progressed, so it would make sense that the lives of early men are far shorter. Secondly, the description states that they are of the ancient dragons, placing them concurrent with this primordial race. What does of the ancient dragons mean? Does their stony countenance suggest they themselves evolved from the dragons? Or is it just a clever bit of wordplay? I think it is unlikely, but I acknowledge it is very, very possible. My favourite idea is the one presented by Dark Tark in his video on Farum Azula, where he points out that the Beastman skeletons drop human bone shards. They also seem to wield shields that are also found on human skeletons in Altus Plateau, the Shield of the Sun Realm. Are these our ancestors, and is the Sun Realm Farum Azula? I leave it to you to decide, but what is clear is that this society marked the start of advanced civilization of the lands between, its prehistory of the Crucible epoch. And what finer representation of the wild, untamed crucible of life than the dragons? History comes ancient us to a mysterious ancient civilization whose ruins can be found scattered around the lands between. These are the ruins found in Shifra River, Ul Palace, found in Ainzel River, Uld Palace, found in Liurnia, and Mogwin Palace. Before we even get into the architectural style of these constructions, we can learn from the in-game lore itself that this was an ancient civilization, via the Mogwin Palace map description, which reads, "In the lightless depths lies the grave of an ancient civilization. It is here Mog, the Lord of Blood, is building his palace to be the seat of his coming dynasty named Mogwin, and whatever nightmares that may bring. We know this ancient civilization existed before the Erd Tree, thanks to the Ainzel River map description, which reads, two great rivers flow beneath the lands between the Shifra and the Ainsil. This vast region is said to be the grave of civilizations that flourished before the Erd Tree, reinforcing the fact that this civilization flourished in the lands between's ancient era is the choice of architectural inspiration. Few will miss the obvious reference to the classical Greek Parthenon in Mogwin Palace, and in general the Roman and Greek-inspired columns that support the majority of the buildings. There are some other ancient civilizations mixed in here, as well as noted by content creator Quailag. There is some Sumerian influence, given that the various obelisks found throughout the ruins are clearly modelled on the Black Obelisk of Shalmaneser III.
So yeah, as you can see, a lot of things in Elden Ring have real world. It has everything like the architecture, the way the stories written out, and everything stem from real world events, real world architecture, and real world items. They just put their spin on it, but you can see the inspiration for all of that in like just about everything in Elden Ring. And that's another beautiful part about it. That's another, like, it's amazing. Like, the writing on Elden Ring is God tier. It's God tier, man. Like, it's no wonder it took years to make this game, to develop it. Like this wasn't just made over the course of 1, 2, possibly 3 years. No, it took time. George R. Martin and Miyazaki came together and was like, yo, I saw your work. I saw your work. Hey, look, we can get together and we can make a beautiful, fantastic story. It'll be better than Game of Thrones. Yeah. And in this version, you have multiple endings outside of the bad ending, George, that you gave to Game of Thrones. But you know what? All is forgiven. All is forgiven. As soon as we saw you on this, man, on this project, it was like, how's this gonna turn out? How's this gonna turn out? And I gotta say, man, it turned out magnificent. Like y'all really did your homework. You really did your homework, man. That's so crazy, man. Like, and kudos and props to everyone that worked on it, from the artist to the storyboard, uh, all of that, man. Y'all got some talented people over there. I will say that. I've never seen such a massive fan base agree on just agree on a ton of things all at once. And this brought people who don't even play games like this to it. It brought people from around the world together. It's a masterpiece. And this is a master class at how to create a game. You know what I'm saying? There's no I want to put this in a very respectful and polite way that I can, as to not step on anybody's toes, uh, whoever you are. But there's something for everybody in here. It doesn't matter where you come from, what your religion is, gay, straight, bi, trans. Everybody, there's something in here for everybody. You like a strong woman? There's plenty of them in here. There's plenty of them in here, and they will kick your bro. And they are beautiful at doing it. Beautiful. If you if you into, if you're a guy and you like your guys, hey, there's Mikola. There's Radon. You know, there's Radagun. You know, but all that to say, this is how you make a game without any agenda, without being non woke, whatever you are, super woke, I don't care. This is how you do it. They didn't call out anybody. It's just a power fantasy game that has some real world inspiration in it. It's art at its finest. Okay? So yeah, no. For sure. For sure. Appreciate it, Mister. Yes, sir. Mister said 100%. Yes, sir. This is how you do it, man. This is a master class at creating game. You know, there's like you can I don't know if you could say, oh, there it's impossible to say that this game is transphobic, homophobic, misogynistic. It's impossible. I don't know what else to say. It's just virtually impossible. And if you can pick something out of this game and be like, oh, it's the patriarchy, it's the monarchy or whatever, then man, you were looking for it. You were trying your hardest to glean every bit of negativity out of this game because I just don't see it. And that's saying something. Um, there's oftentimes that you have game development and stuff nowadays where um, you can be people are complaining that it's too woke, that it's catered to men, or uh, it's objectifying women, um, stuff like that. And that to me is why the game industry has fallen off. Um, it used to be like, again, used to have something for everybody. Tomb Raider, for example. Love Tomb Raider. Strong woman, yes sir. Shoot, she was kicking butt, kicking name too. You know what I'm saying? Laura Croft was that girl. Then you had Call of Duty. For the, yeah, so a little something for the boys, you know what I'm saying? A little something for the boys, you know, like War Games, Halo. They had Cortana up in there. Cortana with her on. Even though she was an AI and she lived in my head, it don't even matter. It don't matter. But yeah, man, like everybody in FromSoft, everybody behind this game came together and was like, let's leave our agendas out and just make a very good game. We're not going to pander. We're not going to cater to anybody. Just have a bunch of horned people in here, a bunch of ferocious dragons. Everybody loves dragons. Yeah. But yeah, man, like, holy. We're going to pause this one for a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Because this is the lore Smoke Town, the Elden Ring recap and everything is yeah, it's a very lengthy video, but we can deviate for a little bit. But pretty much we covered, or in the video they covered the beginning of Elden Ring, where everything came from. You know, the greater will. They explained that, which is a god, and not just the god, an outer god. You know, and then there's other outer gods. You have the Mother of Fingers, Madir, or whatever her name is. You have Midra, Lord of Frenzy Flame, or the Frenzy Flame outer god, or god. And then you have America, who is a god in her own right, and her children, the demigods. And to like explain a bit more about America, her children, like we could get into her story a bit later because look, we've all heard about America, America this, America that, America, America. Nah, America. Dang it, I can't even say her name without it sounding like America. America. Anyways. But yeah, America's something else for sure. She's definitely a a character. And I would like to find her in Elden Ring 2 or whatever they come up with if they make an Elden Ring 2 and talk to her because her kids are out here wilding. They are out here wilding. You got freaking Mikola trying to marry his brother. You got Melania trying to kill him. You got Moog out here praising the formless mother. They running buck wild out here, America. Get your kids in order. I'm tired of it. Get these little bastards, man. They bad. Although when you return, she's probably gonna be angry. She's gonna be pissed off because I killed all of them. I killed all her kids. I killed all her kids. Well, I can't say. Can I say her kids? Is Ronnie her kid? I don't know, man. That's a weird thing right there. I don't know. Would Ronnie be considered America's child? Even though she came from Radagon and Renala? Yeah. There's so much to get into. I'm gonna tell you that much. So much. It's insane, man. Like, but which one of her kids should we start off with? Hold on. I think we'll get into America later on another video. For sure. Yo, how's it going? How's it going, mister? Hello. Thank you again for stopping by the stream. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully you're enjoying it. Hopefully you're hey, I don't know. I'm not trying to step on your toes over here, but you know, I'm hoping you enjoying it, man. You know what I'm saying? We're deep diving into some Elden Ring lore, talking some Elden Ring, getting into some characters. But yeah, I think it's only right that we start with the eldest child of America. And perhaps, well, it's no doubt he's everyone's favorite. I don't know. Well, hold on. I can't say that. Because it's a tie between Mesmer, Radon. Yes, you got some Mikola fans out there. You even have some fans of Moog. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But like if there was a popularity poll and stuff like that, undoubtedly, even though he's newer to the pack, he's not newer in the sense of the game because he's the oldest child of America. He's newer in to us. And he's none other than the poster boy, as you can see, for Elden Ring, Shadow of the Erdtree, Mesmer. Now, Mesmer, before I get into it, his lore, before I put it up here, in my opinion, I think Mesmer is probably the most, about as pure as you can get when it comes to America and her children and their ambition. At first, you know, everybody would have been like, Mikola. Oh no, Mikola, he's so pure. Mikola, the most fearsome demigod of all of America's children. Ronnie, Radon, Rykard, Melania, Moog, Morgott. He's the most fierce. And you hear all these good things about Mikola, how he created the Helic tree to for anybody seeking refuge. Doesn't matter who you are, where you from, for all of the misbegottens, the tarnished, the horn sense, the whatever Moog is, the omens. Whoever you are, you know what I'm saying, come to the Helic tree. It's a place for everybody. But it houses a very, very dark secret beginning. When you go to the Helic tree, you see everything in there worshiping, I guess, praising the Helic tree. Might as well say praising Mikola, Melania, his blade, ever the stoic protector of a younger brother, you know, won't let any harm come to him. And poor Moog, poor Moog, he beat the allegations. Moog beat the allegations. The man was innocent. Yo, welcome back, Deontay. The man was innocent. Uh, we all thought Moog Lester, everybody's calling him Moog Lester because he kidnapped his younger brother in order to make his younger brother his consort or companion. Yes, again, I reiterate, this family is freaky. It's on some freakies, some freaky-ish, man. Yo, bro, why? I bet. Hold on, I'm gonna deviate a little bit. I bet they be at the dinner table looking at each other like, mm. Look at Melania over there. Ooh, hey, girl. I don't care if you got scarlet rot or not. I just want to jump over this table and rip your other arm off. Respectful. We gonna have nah. You gonna be my consort today, Melania. Ooh, look at Ronnie over there with her big white hat and them four arms. Hey sis, what them four arms do? Or you got like Mikola over there. We're done. We're done. And poor Radon's probably over there just thinking to himself, I wonder what other stars are out there. I know I'm holding them back. I love stars. Just in his own world, minding his business. Oh yeah. Yeah, that whole family is freaky. They're a bunch of fans, man. The only two, maybe three, that I could say that aren't fans is probably, I don't know about Moog, man. Even though he beat the allegations, I don't know. I want to say Moog, but yeah, I'm gonna hold off on that. But for sure, Ronnie and Mesmer, these dudes were probably at the table looking at them just drooling over each other like, what is wrong with our family? What is wrong with them? Like, I don't even want to be a part of this family no more. I don't. Why are we killing each other? All because you jealous of him because he want to marry her and he want to marry him. Like, what? Why am I born into this family? Why are y'all the way that you are? Like, I can just picture it, man. It's no wonder Ronnie did what she did. Oh, I forgot about Godwin. Godwin. Yeah, Godwin was probably, yeah, that dude was, I don't know. He's the golden child, you know what I'm saying? So he did everything Mama told him to do. That's Godwin. That was America's favorite. But anyways, the reason why I think people gravitate toward Mesmer so much is because he's misunderstood, abandoned, and just misused. He's a he's a good person. He's just a mama's boy, and anything mama tell him to do, you go burn down that village. He'll do it. He'll do it. But the set, like I never felt so sorry for any of America's children in this game until Mesmer. Like he didn't know that he didn't know he was abandoned. His mom put him in a pocket dimension, the Shadow Realms. That's why it's called Shadow of the Earth Tree. That's why he's the poster boy. And I really think they did him wrong in the game. They should have made him the final boss. And I really wish he got his redemption arc. Freaking Radon came back. They brought back Radon. And as deserving as he was of a second chance, I think Mesmer deserved a second chance even more. And we're going to talk about it. We're going to get into it. Of why. Why does Mesmer deserve out of everybody else to get a second chance? Because, yeah, we killed him. We killed him. But we were under the impression that he was a tyrant, just running around here killing people, just destroying villages for no reason. Unbeknownst to us, it was an order from America. His mother, Queen America herself, put her eldest child up to it. And from birth, everything was stacked against him. This is why I can relate to Mesmer more. I think that's what it is. A lot of people can put themselves in Mesmer's shoes. Mesmer was born with an affliction. We'll talk about that. We'll get into that too. But he was born with an affliction, which we'll soon discover what that affliction was, that his mother just didn't like it. And so in order to get rid of her child, she was sent him on this mission to I don't know, distract him. Like, hey, go do this for me, Mesmer. And like a good child, Mesmer was like, okay, mother, I'll do it. Yo, hello, Earthy Volcano 46. How you doing? Welcome to the stream. As you can see, we're talking about some Elden Ring lore, base game, and DLC. From beginning to the end, you know what I'm saying? Depending on how long this takes, we may do it like all night. No, we're not gonna do it all night. People got jobs and stuff. People need to sleep. But we're gonna do it for quite a bit. And we will also probably pick up where we left off on the next stream. But we're gonna try to cover as much as we can this stream. Right now, we're talking about Mesmer, the eldest child of America. But yeah, like a good child, he did exactly what his mother told him. Unbeknownst to him, she was trying to get rid of him. And that right there, that hits hard. That hits hard. Like, if you a child, like, put yourself in Mesmer's shoes. Think about your mother, who you look up to, who you love so much that you are willing to burn down entire villages, to kill any and everybody that speaks bad of her, to protect the people you love. Your mother hates you secretly. And so she sent you on this crusade just to get rid of you. Took the rest of the kids, right? Took the rest of the kids with her. Even the golden child children, freaking Godwin and Mikola, took them, took Melania, all of them. Well, some of them probably wasn't even born yet, but she took the ones that were already born and got out of Dodge while you're on your crusade trying to be obedient, an obedient child, and fulfill your mother's wish. And then here comes a Tarnish. He's there to kill you. And you're like, yo, what's going on here? You have your suspicion. You're like, yo, what's going on here? Yo, mom, what's happening? And at the very end of your lifespan, bro. Oh, from the are we? Nah, we're looking at some videos. Smoketown body. You know what I'm saying? Uh yeah. Yeah, man. And then at the very end of your life, uh you find out your mom was never coming back. She was never coming back for you. She abandoned you, put you in a little pocket dimension, sent you to the shadow realms. Bro, the hurt in his voice, like the voice actor for Mesmer was, again, the top three that I would say is Mesmer, Melania, and Ronnie voice acting. Top tier, S tier. But you can hear the passion in his voice. You can hear the confusion in his voice. You can hear the hurt in his voice. And it made you feel something. It made you feel disgusted, saddened, and rage. Because you're like, how could a mother abandon her child like she did? But anyways, we gonna talk. We're gonna watch, and we're gonna learn a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? We may not get in. We may not watch this whole video. Depend. We may skip around a little bit, but I'm gonna try to not skip around so much or talk as much during the video. But we will probably have to pause at some point and talk about some things just for copyright sake, so that we won't get copyright. We've been doing good for 4 years without copyright. We did get one a long time ago, but they removed it. So yeah, we're treading lightly, you know. Yo, I appreciate it. Thank you, Earthy Volcano. Uh, Thanks for stopping by, and much love to you, bro. Shoot, hey, all I ask is that you subscribe, maybe if you're feeling up to it. Like, comment, help us boost the algorithm, help other people discover us. You know what I'm saying? We're just a small, humble group with a very humble beginning, trying to make it. So, hey, much love and peace. But yeah, let's go ahead and get into the video. All right. Let me full screen. Yes, sir. Hold up. Ah, Mesmer and the Abyssal Serpent. Keep that in mind. Mesmer and the Abyssal Serpent. The Abyssal Serpent will be key to, I guess, why America uh, abandoned uh, Mesmer, which is still no excuse. No excuse at all. If it had been my child, bro, I would have to ride or die for that child, man. I couldn't abandon him like that. I'm sorry. That's my child, bro. But yeah,
Shadow of the Erd Tree is an expansion with many fascinating story threads and elements. There is the story of the horn scent of Tower Settlement. There's Marika's beginnings in the village of the Shamans. And of course, the story all culminates with
also, before we get into it, again, if you're rocking with us, if you're liking the content we're putting out, you're liking the podcast, and everything that we do, the gaming uh, live streams that we do, um, even the rants. You know what I'm saying? We're working to bring more segments to you, more late night streaming. You know what I'm saying? Uh, and we're trying to work to get something for the early birds too. You know, but hey, we're definitely doing we're doing big things over here, or we're moving toward bigger things. You know, but yeah, if you like what you see, you like the content that we're putting out, follow us on YouTube, Instagram, Twitch, and Facebook. Make sure, and if you're loving it, even if you even if you are a hater and you want to hate on us, make sure you like, subscribe, follow, all of that good stuff. Shoot, leave your hating comments in the comment section. We appreciate it. Nah. But yeah, follow us on Twitch. Definitely. We're trying to get to partner over there. We've made affiliate. We have 236 followers over there. So we're slowly growing over there. Um, and follow us on Instagram. Uh, we have, I think, 1.1K over there. So if you're want to watch out for the announcements and stuff, or keep up with everything that we do, Instagram and Facebook is the best ways to keep up with us. And yeah, if you're feeling generous, if God put something on your heart, you know what I'm saying, or if you know whatever you believe in, if you're feeling generous and you want to leave us a donation, we greatly appreciate it. And much love to all of you. Stay blessed. Let's get back to the video.
the final showdown, against Miquella the Kind and his lord consort. However, the poster child for the DLC was Mesmer, the long-hidden demigod child of Marika, who once led a brutal
My
crusade
boy.
against the Hornsent. In terms of story, Mesmer's crusade is almost the backdrop, the background lore that frames Miquella's main story in the expansion. Despite that, Mesmer's crusade and story remains one of the most lore-rich in the entire expansion. Additionally, Mesmer's own story is a lens through which we can learn more about Marika, the royal family, and the politics of Leyndell and Erdtree rule. Additionally, it introduces the Abyssal Serpent, opening up an entirely new discussion surrounding light and dark within the world of Elden Ring. Mesmer did terrible things in the name of his mother, only to be abandoned by her, and have a graceless tarnish chosen by Marika to be Elden Lord. A final insult to his son, who sacrificed everything, his freedom, his morals, and finally his life to remove the world of the graceless. Whilst Mesmer's
That's crazy. This, oh my God, that hit hard. He gave up his morals and even his life just to uphold the politics of his mother. That's love. That's unconditional love. He threw away everything for her. That just hit. That hit different. Out of all the other children, the demigods, their lore, this dude lore hits different.
actions are reprehensible. Like all characters in Elden Ring, there is a nuance and depth to him. And so in this lore video, we are going to explore the story of Mesmer and his crusade against the Hornsent, as I believe fully understanding the lore attached to Mesmer is essential in enriching the background lore to the DLC as a whole. But before we get started, remember that if you like Elden Ring lore, then consider liking this video and subscribing to the channel, as I have hours of lore content for you to enjoy. Before we get into today's video, I would like to give a brief word from today's sponsor, me, as I am happy to announce my Elden Ring lore book, Grace Given. I have worked with the folks at Tune and Fairweather to translate my love for the Elden Ring lore into book form.
Also, go show Smoke Town some support. You know what I'm saying? Follow him. This dude puts out phenomenal content and lore. Uh, Not just Elden Ring. There's other videos on other games and lore that he does. Uh, Also, another big lore creator is Vadi Vidya. Go follow him and show him some love and just check out their videos. You know what I'm saying? Got to support other creators and the original work that they do. Uh, so yeah, most definitely go follow them and leave a comment. Spread the positivity, spread the love, and let's get back into it.
Which represents my appraisal of the entire lore of the base game, clocking in at 500 plus pages. The result is this beautiful collector's item, adorned with the art of Shimhack, Menace LG, Elliot Wells, and Chris Lewis Lee. This is just the initial limited launch, and down the line there will be more affordable paperback or e-editions. Check it out at the pre-order link below if you think this would be something you are interested in. Thanks for listening, and now back to the lore. In the lead up to the DLC, we had trailers and we had interviews with Miyazaki that led us to the conclusion that Mesmer was indeed a child of Marika, another demigod child of hers who we just had not heard of. And indeed, that has proven to be the case, as there are numerous sources which name him as such, including from Mesmer himself, who curses his mother, Marika, at the moment of his death. But for the sake of completeness and confirmation, one direct source that names him as the son of Marika is the Serpent Crest Shield, which reads the following: a finely made red shield featuring an engraving of a winged serpent. Excels at guarding against fire. Said to have been made to commemorate the beginnings of the crusade started by Mesmer, son of Marika. So if Mesmer is a son of Marika, then where does this put him generationally compared to the other demigod children? Well, I'm going to put my proposed thesis for these generations on the screen now, as we do have some clues where he fits in the timeline of the other demigod children. For example, there is Gaius's remembrance, which names him and Gaius as an elder to Radan, meaning he at least predates Radagon's marriage to Renala and the children that came from that union. However, I think it's unlikely that he is a product of Godfrey and Marika's marriage, those known as the Golden Lineage. Firstly, because anyone from the Golden Lineage usually has a reference to it, it's almost central to their identity. Even Morgott, the Omen King of Leyndell, has a reference to the Golden Lineage in his Great Rune. And thus, if Mesmer was also of this lineage, you'd expect it to be somewhere in his lore, and it isn't. Additionally, Mesmer has some of the hallmarks of what we'd expect for children born of the Radagon-Marika union. The first letter of Mesmer's name, after all, lines up with the naming convention of children born of this lineage. Mikola and Melania also both start with an M, as does.
Okay, so all of those are. Hold up. I think they're the children of both Radagon and Melania, and not Godfrey. That's a separate. Look, America was out here in these Elden streets. I'm gonna tell you that much. She was out here in the Elden streets, in the Elden sheets. Okay, she was making kids. These are just 4 of them by the same guy. She has somebody. There was another guy named Godfrey she had kids with. I can't. I forget. I lost count of how many kids she got. Mesmer, Melania, Mikola, Mesmer, Mikola, Melania. This Return, Riker, Morgott, Moog. That's 8 kids right there. Anyways, yeah, nah, just know. She was a freak in the she was a freak in the sheets. I only wish I knew her. No, actually, nah. Man, screw her, bro. Abandoning your child. That's just crazy work. I don't respect you for that. That's nasty work right there.
As Mesmer. And as I will suggest later on in this video, I believe that Melina is also a child of Radagon and Marika, and her name also begins with an M. But perhaps more importantly, Mesmer has striking red hair, which is one of the strongest unifying features of Children of Radagon. Rykard, Radan, even Rani all have red hair, and so Mesmer does seem likely to have been born from the red-haired champion. Mesmer also shares something else in common with Mikola and Melania. He is born cursed. Melania's remembrance attributes her and Mikola's curse to the nature of their birth, as it reads, Mikola and Melania are both the children of a single god. As such, they are both Empyreans, but suffered afflictions from birth. There's a link of causality between these afflictions and the fact they are children of a single god, a reference to Radagon and Marika, who are themselves a single-bodied god. This is likely a commentary on inbreeding, which was rampant in the medieval dynasties of real-world history.
So what do you mean there is basically you have one being that's split into 2 different beings. So yeah, that makes the children demigods because they all came from one being, in which she herself had ascended to godhood. But Radagon, or split from her, look, We gonna get into that too, man. It's the lore is deep, and if you're not paying attention, it's kind of confusing. But then again, it's not. It's like if you know, you know. If you've read things like if you read about the Greek gods or anything of a different culture that had different gods in them, and they how they populate, you would know what this means. So America split into two beings, and so the Radagon, which is part of America, he split off from her to go and he went and had kids of his own. But are they really his kids if he's also part of America? So that's that right there, man. Yeah, yeah, it's a whole thing. So that's why he's talking about inbreeding. Meaning, like, okay, so just because Radagon split from America into a separate being, that still means that the kids he have are still America's. So if they sleep with each other, if they have kids of their own, guess what? You just you, you screwed your sister, man, or brother. So yeah, it's a whole sweet home Alabama type deal. We gonna skip past that, anyways.
And it led to a lot of birth defects and issues. Though admittedly, this is just a surface level thematic tie, as in the world of Elden Ring, these curses are actually cosmic. And if we are saying that Mesmer is no different from Mikla and Melania in terms of their heritage, then surely he too shares a curse of this nature. And he does. He is host to the flame and an abyssal serpent. And we know that he was born with his curse, as Gaius' remembrance reads, both were as elder brothers to the lion, and both were cursed from birth. Unfortunately, Mesmer's father never really features into his lore, and so we never get an explicit mention as to who his father is. So we are just guessing. But I think with the red hair, the naming convention, and the curse that he is born with, I think it is quite likely that Mesmer is yet another child born of Radigan and Marika, but an earlier, previously unknown generation. Mikla and Melania came about after Radigan's marriage to Renala when he returned to Leyndell and became Elden Lord. And so, if Mesmer is the elder to Radan, this means that he was born of the Radigan Marika union in a generation that we previously didn't know of. And this is why, in my theoretical generational drop that I showed you earlier, I put Mesmer as the earliest generation, predating even the Golden lineage. Because for me, perhaps this came about before Marika actually married Godfrey as her consort. That is obviously just a guess, but I feel like it wouldn't be right if she was having children with her other half, Radigan, at the same time that she had her new Lord Consort, Godfrey. But again, we are just speculating, so let me know your thoughts in the comments below where you think Mesmer sits in relation to the Golden lineage. Additionally, we know that Mesmer had a younger sister, to which an oblique reference is made in Mesmer's kindling, which reads, the kindling that burned inside Mesmer the Impaler, a dark thing, eaten away at by a wicked serpent. Mesmer, much like his younger sister, bore a vision of fire. Now, I do need to do a bit of housekeeping on this bit of lore before we go any further, as on Twitter or X, there's been a rumor flying around, being boosted by big accounts, that this reference to a sister was actually patched out secretly, as if implying this lore is no longer relevant and it was in there as a mistake. This is simply not true, and these accounts are getting the timeline of events muddled up. The case is this. In the pre-release version of the game, which I and others were able to play before there was a launch day patch, there was indeed no mention of a sister in this item. However, at launch, The patch added this reference, and ever since, from launch, there has been a reference to a sister, and it has not been removed since. You can go into the game now, get this item, and it will still have the reference to this sister. So for me, this is still the legitimate version of the item description that was intended by the developers. And if you're hearing rumors that this has been removed since, it's simply not true. So with that said, Mesmer had another sister, one who also had a relationship to fire. And of course, this has to be none other than Melina. We have long known Melina is a daughter of Marika. She never explicitly says it, but she hints at it heavily by saying,
I'm searching for my purpose, given to me by my mother inside the Erd Tree, long ago, for the reason that I yet live, burned and bodiless.
this mother within the Erd Tree can be none other than Queen Marika. And we've always wondered where Melina sits in regards to the other generations of demigod children. And I believe we now have the answer. She is part of this previously unknown generation of fire, as I'm going to call it. If this is Melina, I think there's also some circumstantial evidence that helps reinforce what I've been saying about Mesmer and Melina's generation being one of the first. As I highlighted in my story summary video, and thanks again to viewer David Zhu for bringing this to my attention, there is a new incantation in the DLC called Minor Erdtree. And this Minor Erdtree incantation is said to be a secret incantation of Queen Marika. And the incantation is relevant to Queen Marika's early history and her origins. And yet, Melina uses this secret incantation if you summon her to help with the fight with Morgott. This implies that Melina had a close relationship with Marika, and that she was likely one of her earlier children, perhaps privy to the ancient parts of Queen Marika's history, and that is why she is the only character in-game that utilizes this relic. Returning to the item description of Mesmer's kindling, it describes how this daughter, this younger sister of Mesmer, had a relationship to fire, had visions of fire. And Melina also has 3 potential relationships to fire. The first is that she, of course, would eventually be the kindling used to burn the Erd Tree, as she does in our journey. The second is that her body was burned, and now she is burned and bodiless. And the third relation she has to fire is, of course, that in my opinion, she is likely the Gloam-Eyed Queen, who brought the black flame of death against the gods. I believe all 3 of these things, and therefore at her core, she has a relationship to fire. I don't think I'll do another video on Melina and the Gloam-Eyed Queen. I stated my case very clearly in my Gloam-Eyed Queen video, and I think there's nothing in the DLC that offers up a more viable candidate, and there's also no new lore that contradicts the fact that Melina is likely the Gloam-Eyed Queen. And if anything, I think this oblique reference in Mesmer's kindling just strengthens the case. It reaffirms the fact that Melina is a daughter of Marika, and that she had visions of fire even from her early days. And so I just want to say my final piece on Melina here. Consider, why is Melina burned and bodiless? What happened to her? Why is she not celebrated as part of the Pantheon? And why does she appear to have been imprisoned in a cell near the Forsaken Lands, as there is a locked room here where we can find her blade? Then, of course, we have the fact that Melina is well acquainted with destined death. And then, of course, we have the most obvious piece of evidence that in the Frenzied Flame ending, she reveals a purple Gloam eye at the end of the game, whilst again threatening destined death against us. I would ultimately direct you towards my Gloam-Eyed Queen lore video if you'd like a more in-depth look at these arguments regarding Melina. But in short, I think Mesmer's kindling at the very least reinforces the idea that Melina is a daughter of Marika. But it makes sense to me why both Melina and Mesmer are essentially forgotten, and aren't a celebrated part of the Pantheon. Mesmer was born with a darkness within him, and then sealed away in the lands of shadow, and Melina once led the horrifying Godskin apostasy in rebellion. Both members of the royal family that were likely struck from history and would rather be forgotten about by the royal family. With that said, I do want to talk about Mesmer and his relations to the other demigod children of Marika. As previously, we hadn't had much evidence of interaction between the different generations of demigods, besides Miquella caring a lot for Godwyn. We know now from the remembrance of a god and a lord that Mikla's youth did coincide with Radan's younger years. Of course, we don't know how many years lie between each of these generations, nor how long demigods actually live in this world, but I'm guessing a long time. And so it makes sense now that we know that these different generations can interact with one another, and that Mikla and Melania were born close enough to Renala's children, close enough at least that they would at least know each other in passing. We know from Radan's greatswords that we can get from this remembrance that the resurrected Radan we see at the end of the DLC is Radan pre-Star Scourge conflict, and this is likely the age he was when Mikla most remembers him. That's the reasoning I have in my head that Radan is resurrected at this age rather than his later years, because it's the
All right, so we're gonna pause it right there. But all right, so yeah, let's talk about that. Yeah, the whole Mesmer and Melina being I don't know, brothers and sisters, which would be uh is probably safe to assume that. You know what I'm saying? They both have red hair. Um we know that Mesmer has a sister. I don't know. I think you said older or younger sister, one of them. But everything pretty much adds up to her and Mesmer being siblings, and both of them have the ability to conjure fire. They both uh, like they have similarities to each other that is kind of like just hinting at them being siblings, and it's almost a guarantee that they are. So, but yeah, pretty much all of the children of America are born with some type of affliction, and it's pretty much due to them being because that most of them are either chosen by outer gods to be vessels, or probably and mostly part because they're all from the same bloodline. So yeah, when you inbreed, you're likely to have a child born with some type of defect. And so that's pretty much what he's talking about. But yeah, let's go ahead and continue.
the power of Mikla that's bringing Radan back, and this is the age that Mikla most remembers Radan at. And Radan is almost like the center point of this family now. If I'm right, and Mesmer is the oldest of the family, and he interacted with Radan being as an older brother to him.
Yeah, I knew it. Yeah. So yeah, it's confirmed. Um, Mesmer is the oldest or the eldest child, as they would say. Um, but yeah, like it's just pretty crazy, man. How like compared to Mesmer's suffering, what he had to go through, and the whole thing with Melina compared to what they've been through. Um, the rest of the children were pretty much like not pampered, but because yeah, no, none of them were pampered. None of them was no. America is just a all out, just scummy, horrible, horrible mother. She doesn't care about nobody but herself and her power, and also getting her revenge. That's pretty much all she cared about. Now there is Godwin, of course, like the golden child, who she did favor, but the rest of them, she made a bit of a difference in. Uh, she tried to lock Mold down in the sewers. He's an omen. Him and Morgoth. But yeah, like it's really crazy. And but yeah, enough about them and their family tree. We'll get to them later. Right now, we're talking about Mesmer, which is the oldest. So we're going to start from him, and we're going to work our way to the other children. You know, down the line from oldest to youngest. Which I ain't gonna lie, I think Nicholas the youngest, if I'm not mistaken. So yeah, let's continue.
And Mikla is one of the youngest, and he also mixed with Radan.
Yeah, what did I say?
Then we can imagine that all the different generations of demigods interacted with one another, and I think this is pretty cool. And I definitely would have liked there to have been some interaction between Mikla and Mesmer in the DLC, as the younger passed through his elder's domain. And it shows that Mesmer was still around in the capital, at least up to the point that Radigan had married Renala. And it was likely during the post Radigan Renala marriage that Mesmer would interact with another royal, R'Lana. As we will discuss, R'Lana would eventually become one of Mesmer's most loyal followers, her remembrance naming her as Mesmer's Blade. She would be loyal enough to Mesmer that she would give up her titles and claims to royalty. This doesn't happen in a vacuum. She wouldn't just up and do it without knowing him. And thus, I think it's fair to say that after Renala tied her house to the Lanedale royal family, there would have been some intermingling and sharing of the duties between these two families, and R'Lana and Mesmer will have met. So now we have somewhat of an understanding where Mesmer stands in the royal family tree. I want to go back a bit and focus now on that curse that we mentioned earlier, the abyssal snake. Mesmer's curse is something we witness during stage 2 of his fight, when he becomes one with the base serpent that is contained within him. The abyssal serpent is a creature that was sealed behind his eye by his mother, Marika, as his remembrance reads the following. A malevolent snake writhed within Mesmer, and so his very mother plucked out his eye and put in its place a seal of grace. Indeed, Mesmer's eye is essentially the same model as Marika's rune, indicating that Marika's power is somehow keeping this abyssal serpent in place in his eye socket. In stage 2, when Mesmer plucks out this eye and shatters it, it breaks into golden flakes, reinforcing the fact that this is not an eye at all, but is instead an artifact constructed entirely of grace. And this is the first indication that the power of the abyss or dark is an opposing force to grace. The abyssal serpent is a fascinating subject because it brings the importance of the dark to the forefront of Elden Ring's lore. When talking about the abyss in this chapter, there are two things I hope you'll get from it. The first is that the abyss represents the dark, and that the dark is an opposing force to light and grace. And while the relationship between light and dark is more front and center in Dark Souls, it is still very much present in Elden Ring, especially now in this DLC. The second point I hope you'll take away is that the Abyss is often related to the cosmos, the dark void of space, and in Elden Ring, this is the domain of the celestial and the cosmic. There isn't much in game lore that talks directly about the Abyssal serpent. However, Mesmer does say something of this serpent during Stage 2's transition.
I will not suffer. A lord devoid of light. No mother. Forgive me. Soon tarnished. Wilt thou be taken in the jaws of the abyssal serpent, shorn of light?
This is the Abyssal Serpent shorn of light, meaning cut off from light, already emphasizing the role that the Abyss plays in Elden Ring's lore as the opposite of light. It is the bottomless dark, entirely absent of light. The Abyss and Serpents isn't something new to From Software. The Abyss was a major component of Dark Souls lore, with us first being introduced to it via Kath, the primordial serpent. The Abyss of Dark Souls is a massive lore subject in of itself, so excuse me while I reduce it to its most basic lore points for the purposes of this video. The Dark Souls world was once one of uniformity, a grey world where everything was the same. Then there was the advent of fire, a cosmic event that upended the rules of the universe, and the universe became one of duality and disparity, life and death, heat and cold, light and dark. At the beginning of the Age of Fire, four great souls were found within the flame, two pairs of opposites, the soul of chaos, i.e., life, and the soul of death, making up one pair, and then there's the soul of light and the soul of dark. The abyss is essentially a consequence of light and a manifestation of the dark. All of this to say is that the abyss in Dark Souls is incredibly complicated, and there's a lot of symbolic meaning that you can draw from it. However, some of the most interesting and important ties are its opposing nature to light and its natural tie to the abyss of space. The void of space itself is a dark plane of existence that is absent light, and is often referred to as the abyss. And as we look at the abyssal serpent further in this chapter, I think you'll find that these are the most relevant allusions that we can get from the abyss in Elden Ring as well. Fellow content creator Max Derat did an excellent video recently, which clearly illustrates the symbology behind the abyssal serpent. Max brings up alchemy and how the idea of reconciling opposite halves, usually represented by red and white, is a concept often repeated in From Software games, but even more so in Elden Ring, with the idea of Marika and Radagon. The White Queen and the Red King merge together to form the Rebus, the personification of the Philosopher's Stone, the ultimate goal of alchemy. This symbolic illusion is something that has been well discussed on my channel and others at this point. However, Max brings up something else, and that is the bonding agent that is needed to bring these two halves together. And this is the god Mercurius. Mercurius is represented in many different ways, and in his video, Max gives two main examples of the way Mercurius is portrayed. One being the void or space, and two being two intertwining snakes, or the caduceus. And of course, in both Elden Ring and in Dark Souls now, we have a snake and the abyss associated together in regards to the force of darkness, leaving us in no doubt the source of inspiration for From Software's depiction of the abyss in both games, and it helps explain why snakes and the abyss go together in both of these games. And the way that Max describes the cosmos or the void from an alchemical standpoint is very interesting as well. He describes it as the base material that binds everything together. Hence, we have the base serpent of Mesmer. Again, I would recommend Max's deep dive in full, as it's truly fascinating. But I just wanted to highlight.
All right. So yeah, basically the affliction that I was telling you guys about earlier that Mesmer was born with, as you see, is the abyssal serpent, which, aka, is called the original sin, and you can glean what you can want from that. Like picture it in a, let's say, a Christianity type of setting. The original sin, the serpent, Adam and Eve, you know, or you can look at Norse mythology, the world serpent, and a lot of these, a lot, like I said, Elden Ring has a lot of different points of views, different religion, all built into this one game. You have the Roman aspect. You have a little bit of Roman in there. You have a little bit of Norse mythology. You have a little bit of Christianity into it, and hence the ring that America is crucified on kind of looks like a crucifix. It looks like she's hanging on a cross. It's really good. It's great storytelling, great writing. But yeah, the abyssal serpent represents the original evil, the original darkness, the abyss. Of course, the abyssal serpent. But out of all the children, again, like Melania, she was chosen by the outer god of Ra. Um, Radon uh, controls gravity, and so on. You know, yeah. Moog, he worships the formless mother, which uh, specializes in blood magic, blood incantation, blood alchemy. So it's real fascinating in that type of aspect, in that sense. Um, and it's tight. It's cool. Uh, this is another reason why there a lot of people fell in love with Elden Ring is because of all the if you are a lore buff, if you are a history buff, a guru nerd, this is for you. And boy, do I love some history. Do I love lore? I love mythology? Everything in this game is a culmination of different religions. You have Buddhism. You have uh, Greek, Norse mythology, and the Norse religion. Uh, you name it, man. It's great. But basically, what he's talking about is how the reason why America abandoned uh, Mesmer is because he was born chosen by the abyssal serpent, or born the vessel of the abyssal serpent, born with the abyss in him, the original sin, darkness, a unquenchable, undying flame, which I think may be just part of his separate ability that he was born with, because each children of America is born with some type of ability, and sometimes they share abilities because they're born twins. There's a lot of twins in their family. You have Morgot, you have Moog, you have presumably Melina and Mesmer, which is another set of twins. So yeah, this woman was populated. She was not playing about them kids and her legitimacy to the throne. She made sure she had her football team of kids to back her up. It, whenever she was in danger, I'm telling you, you could not touch this woman. She had Radagun, she had Godfrey. Nah, you ain't touching us. It's no what, man. America, she, she's the one. This lady is her. She ain't playing, bro. But at the same time, she don't got no loyalty to her kids. She don't have no loyalty to anybody. America is out for herself, which is why the whole lands between, well, not the whole lands between, you have people that fight for her, still fight for her. But like there's people out for her neck, and and they would be right to do so. With a person like that controlling the lands between, and then you got her kids to back it up. Oh my goodness, bro. Yeah, but it's crazy.
Highlight the thematic and symbolic underpinnings of the Abyssal Serpent as a starting point for our discussion. While the Abyss does occupy its own lore in game, it is undeniable that we are meant to think of the void and dark expanse of space. especially when we consider that even in the base game of Elden Ring, there are references to the abyss and darkness already that are tied to the cosmos and the celestial beings within. Indeed, the lore surrounding Astel, a living malformed star, often refers to the cosmos in a similar manner. Fellow content creator and translator Last Protagonist even suggests that the original Japanese for Astel should be translated as Astel, Spawn of Darkness, rather than Natural Born of the Void, which serves to highlight this connection between space and darkness. Indeed, if you use Astel's remembrance, you can create waves of darkness, an ash of war, the powers of the void manifesting as dark energy. And this is an attack that Astel can use himself as well, again connecting the celestial to the darkness and the abyss. The specific term abyss is actually used once in the base game of Elden Ring as well, and that is in Comet Azure, in reference to Azure peering through the primeval current and into the abyss of space. And now in the DLC, we get further ties between the abyss and this concept of darkness. We find this in the Sword Hands of Night, for example, and the two that we meet in game are Yolan and Anna. Emir is their master, and is a thinker of Carian origin, who thinks deeply on the cosmos and its relation to the greater will. Thus, his greatest weapons are a reflection of the dark cosmos, of the abyss, the dark of space absent light. For example, Yolan and Anna's ash read the following. Together, Yolan's swords and Anna's claws are as bottomless black and penetrate the enemy's guard. Yolan and Anna were born in a cold, dark jail, where they were raised deprived of light to be sword hands of night. Everything about these two is meant to reflect a dark, absent of light, essentially the abyss of space. Their weapons are bottomless black, and like space, the weapons are incorporeal, and thus pass through shields and blocks. Anna and Yolan were even raised in a jail to be deprived of light, to reflect that darkness of the cosmos. All of this to say is that there are elements of Elden Ring that touch on this idea of an abyss that is often related to the cosmic realm, and to inhuman entities that exist outside of our terrestrial realm. However, unlike the other references to the abyss or cosmos, which focus on the beings that exist within this void, the abyssal serpent seems to be a manifestation of that darkness itself. Perhaps then this is enough for us to go on. Perhaps the abyssal serpent is just another cosmic being, an outer god of the void, or the vassal of an outer god. Melania has the scarlet rot within her, the influence of an outer god, and thus it is possible that Mesmer, another demigod of the same lineage, also caught the attention of some creature of an outer god, and as such it took root within him, like a parasite, a tapeworm of unfathomable power that has been with him since his birth. The serpent is cosmic in its behaviors. Behind Mesmer's eye there is a dark void, an abyss that seems to go deeper than is physically possible within his head. You can see the snake coiled within his eye, and yet when the serpent manifests fully, it is massive. So while the base serpent inhabits a relic in Mesmer's eye socket, clearly there are some spatial anomalies at play here, pointing to the fact that this is a cosmic creature beyond the normal rules of the terrestrial realm. The aesthetic choices for the serpent also line up somewhat with the elements of Dark Souls, again perhaps implying it has a similar nature to the abyss of that game. We can see red eyes that line its body, and when it summons duplicates, they too have these multiple red eyes. And these multiple red eyes remind me of Manus and the Ulusil residence. Much like Dark was the opposing force of light in Dark Souls, I think the DLC really reinforces the opposing forces of light and dark as well, with Grace, the Erd Tree, and other things relating to the greater will being the representatives of light, life, and order. Whereas on the other side, we have things such as dark, disorder, and chaos. I felt like the base game focused more on the differences between life and death, with the removal of the Rune of Death and the Place of Death being a major focus of the base game's lore. But the remembrance of the Shadow Tree avatar makes it clear that everything contrary to the Erd Tree is reflected and contained within the Shadow Tree and the Realm of Shadow. as it reads, "The Skadu tree is the shadow of the Erd tree, born of dark notions that bear no sense of order, that twist and bend its stalk, rendering it brittle. Dark notions that bear no sense of order is a very interesting use of words. The Erd tree, Elden Ring, and Greater Will are often associated with order, everything gold essentially. The Elden Beast's remembrance even tells us that the Beast and Elden Ring were the embodiment of order. In each of the Elden Lord endings, we repair the Elden Ring and bring about a new age. The configuration of the Elden Ring can be very different in each variant, but one thing unites them. We bring order back to the world. Indeed, in symbology, dark is often associated with disorder and chaos, whereas light is often associated with order and structure, as it is in the system of yin and yang, and as it was in Dark Souls. All of that to say is that dark really is a force in the cosmic rules of Elden Ring, and it is partially represented and contained by the Skadu tree, given it is the shadow or dark of the Erd tree, which is the light to the world. And there is another display of the power of the dark in the DLC that we can potentially tie to the Skadu tree, and I'm referring to the obscuring of Anir Elim by the Sealing Tree, which seems to coat the tower in dark. We know from Empyrean Grandam's dialogue that it was Marika's people who sealed the tower in shadow.
Our lands were by thy kind set aflame, our tower by thy kind veiled in shadow.
Shadow is essentially the power of obscuring, of hiding things from the light. But how are they able to do this? Well, a Twitter user called Liam Hawes reached out to me and made a really interesting observation that I really like. The Sealing Tree is actually the same shape of half of the Skadu tree. To me, the implication is clear. Marika's followers used the dark power within the Skadu tree to obscure the tower. The Skadu tree is the vessel for dark and shadow. Thus, it is these powers that are being utilized here. In the DLC, we start to get further emphasis on the Erd tree and Grace's relation to light, mainly through Sir Mesmer's dogma and dialogue. When he recognizes that we, Marika's Lord-elect, is a tarnished, he reacts with surprise.
That tarnished, it seemeth. Mother, wouldst thou truly lordship sanction in one so bereft of light?
The way in which he describes us here is very interesting. Not bereft of grace, but bereft of light. He sees grace and the lack of it in terms of light and dark. And it might not be too surprising that he thinks of it in this way, given the darkness that he has within himself. Indeed, this does seem to be reinforced by his lines, should he kill you in stage 2 of his fight.
O lightless creature, embrace thine oblivion, as shall I.
Perhaps his grace purity dogma is one born of self-hatred for the lightless void that exists within him, being an opposite force to grace. Indeed, further evidence that the Abyss stands in opposition to grace and the Erd Tree is the very fact that Marika's seal of grace is successful in holding back the serpent. Her light holds back the Abyss within Mesmer. And there are hints that this opposing duality of light and dark goes further back than even the Erd Tree. We can find the swords of darkness and light within this new DLC. The base variant of these swords, the stone sheathed sword, tells us that this is an artifact.
All right. Let's pause right there. Yeah. Basically, personally, if like when coming to power skill compared to the other demigods or demigod children, I would say canonically Mesmer would probably be the strongest. If he broke the seal and went all out and used the power of the abyssal serpent, yeah, no, I don't think we're done or anybody stands a chance. Because imagine, I mean, you don't even have to imagine. It's an abyss, okay? An abyss, the abyssal serpent, endless dark, a black hole. Come on now, how would anybody including Radon, stand up to that. Including Melania, stand up to that. The original sin is like he pretty much have like, let's just say, bro, this dude is, yeah, nah. We ain't even gonna get into it. Like, you could put him versus Goku. I'm telling you, every character in this DLC, not DLC, but in Elden Ring is just stupidly strong. You have the first child America who was chosen by the Abyssal Serpent. As the man's pretty much a black hole, darkness itself. And on top of that, he has the ability to conjure fire. Like fire that's probably hotter than any other flame. So yeah, Radon is probably in game the strongest boss or strongest of America children. But if we were to say, let's say we're not in the game, someone were to create a comic book, a manga, or anime, canonically, Mesmer is the most powerful of all the demigods. The only thing that would be able to rival Mesmer is America herself, who is blessed by the greater wills or chosen by the greater will, which equal light. But at the same time, every day it's such a, I don't know how to put this, but like, just because America is the representation of light and Mesmer is the representation of darkness, does not mean that Mesmer is the evil one, the inherently evil, or America is inherently good. No. Look at her actions. She's evil. Evil incarnate. Mesmer is about as pure and innocent as you're gonna get. Because of, even though he's a demigod, in lore, we know that gods and demigods age differently than normal human beings. So to him or to her, he's still a child. He's still maybe an infant or whatever. If Mesmer were to harness the Abyssal Serpent and all of its power, America would have a problem on her hands. Even the other outer gods would have a problem on their hands. The only one that I would say that would be able to defeat the original sin, aka the Abyssal Serpent, would be the greater will itself. Because the greater will is the representation of light. So, not the god of rot, the outer god of rot, the outer god of blood, the outer god of gravity. None of those would be able to stand up against the power of the Abyssal Serpent. And that, dude, man, this is the ultimate power fantasy. Like, if you want to live inside of a manga, inside of an anime, get Elden Ring, create your character, and you just make your own story about where you came from, which you came from outside of the lands between. That's all we know. You're tarnished. Yeah, that's the basics. But you could be like, oh, I'm a tarnished from Washington D.C., even though it doesn't exist in the game. And I became the Elden Lord, and I killed and slayed demigods and gods, even outer gods. So I'm pretty much the closest thing to the greater will. And if I had, well, you have fought the greater will avatar, you just haven't fought the greater will. But it's the avatar of the greater will. So yeah, That's something to write home about. You're just as powerful as any other outer god. You're him in this game. But anyways, let's get back. We go get back to Mesmer and his story.
Of an ancient civilization, and given Ra lies within these lands, and one of the altars, the altar of light, is found there, it must be a remnant of that civilization. Thus, the representation of light and dark predates the Erd Tree, given Ra was an ancient civilization. It's just that the Erd Tree is the most recent representation of order, light, and life. But dark and light has always existed in the world of Elden Ring. I therefore find it fascinating that the DLC focuses so heavily on this concept, and ultimately, I see the serpent as a manifestation of darkness and the void, a cosmic being that draws on the power of darkness, and until now has been held back by the power of grace and light.
All right, Deontay. Yep. We will be here when you get back, bro. All right, let's continue.
The next thing I want to talk about is how the abyssal serpent affected Mesmer's flame. In Mesmer's kindling, it calls his flame a dark thing that has been eaten away by the abyssal serpent. We have talked in detail in the previous chapter about the power of the dark that exists within Elden Ring, and that the abyssal serpent is a coalescence of that power. And as such, it's no surprise that the fire within Mesmer has also been afflicted by the abyss, by the dark of this serpent. And this is why it's got a slightly dark colouring to it, and it's why Mesmer's flame can be used for other things like necromancy, a fact we'll get into in the next chapter. Additionally, the serpent's relationship to Mesmer's flame can be seen in the way that it manifests. The flame spreads out, coils, and moves like a serpent, with the ember of Mesmer even being described as taking a serpentine form. This just really emphasizes the sheer power of this creature that's within Mesmer. It has made his flame truly unique, dark, and serpentine in nature. Mesmer's orb tells us how Mesmer despised his own flame, and I initially assumed this was just because of how fire is viewed within Erdtree society, given the burning of the Erdtree is viewed as the first cardinal sin, and fire in general is viewed unfavorably. However, on reflection, and after writing this past chapter on the Abyssal Serpent, I can't help but think the reason Mesmer hated his fire so much was because it would always be a reminder of the darkness that lies within him, the blasphemous abyss. The parasitic nature of the serpent is also illustrated in the way that it and Mesmer seem to become one when the seal of grace is removed. After all, in the second phase, he is called Base Serpent Mesmer. They are one being. They move as one, with the Abyssal Serpent sometimes taking control before ceding it back to Mesmer. Mesmer's orb is one of his signature moves in Stage 1. It's the one he opens with, usually, where he dives into the air before bringing an orb down upon the enemy. However, in Stage 2, the Abyssal Serpent also opens with this move before the Abyssal Serpent melts away and Mesmer is left standing there. They are one and the same. If you look carefully at the Abyssal Serpent, you will see that it is missing an eye. And the reason it's missing an eye is because Mesmer is now also missing an eye. They are one and the same being in this Stage 2. And I want to shout out Bonfire VN, because if not for Bonfire's excellent Mesmer video, I may not have noticed these details. And that video will be linked below, and I highly recommend you watch it. There are other signs of how they are one and the same. If you look at the serpent's body, you can see Mesmer's red hair all over its body. And in Stage 2, Mesmer's skin has become mottled like the snake skin. It has possessed his body. They are not fighting alongside each other. They are one. This is what Marika has prevented all these years with the power of grace and light. The Abyssal Serpent was there, yes, but it didn't take over Mesmer. The power of light held back the dark from consuming Mesmer entirely, although it did eat away at his flame. No wonder the horn scent gets such sadistic pleasure in seeing the nightmare of his people reduced so.
Upon his end, did you see Mesmer's face? 'Twas sublime. A very tangle of snakes. To think he dared call us savages, when he himself was most base of all.
Now that we've talked about the abyssal aspect of the base serpent, there are some further observations I want.
That that dude rubbed me the wrong way, bro. Bruh, why is everybody picking with Mesmer, bro? Oh my god. Boy, I just wish one time we can revive him and let this dude loose. I guarantee they wouldn't be laughing. Guarantee if he came back, was resurrected like Radon, and he knew everything that he knew, that his mother abandoned him, his brothers and sisters, them are off doing whatever. The Horn Center's making fun of his death and how he's afflicted. I would tell him, bro, like I wouldn't even be mad at him. I would join him in burning all of it down. Ain't nobody gonna stop him. Who gonna stop him? Nobody, unless America herself came off of that the Elden Ring cross and stopped them, or the Greater Wheel stopped them. Nobody's stopping him. Nah, he gonna be going crazy, and I'm just gonna sit back and be like, y'all asked for it. Y'all asked for it. This man wasn't bothering nobody, just following orders, trying to be the best son he can be. You know what I'm saying? Loved his mom, loved everybody around him. He loved his brothers and sisters. He loved Radon, his aunt Rolana, which, man, leave it up to the fans. You know, they got something going on. But I don't know. They may. It's one of them type of worlds. Hey, but she is a distant aunt to him. I don't know. Anyways, but yeah, man, like, if you really want to get into it, everybody loved Mesmer. His people loved him. As a matter of fact, I think Vadi has a video on Mesmer also, or something like that. And he goes into how Gaius, how Radon, how Rolana all looked up to Mesmer, how they all looked up to Mesmer, you know? It's, yeah, man, it's just like this man, he apparently was a good leader. He was apparently a good person, like they all loved this dude. And I think, or hold up, let's skip ahead a little bit. We can skip all of this, and I think this part here is where they talk about the followers of Mesmer. But like every item, all the items in the DLC that you get off of a soldier of anybody that served under Mesmer, the Black Knights, Rolana, Gaius, none of them had anything bad to say about Mesmer. Like, he treated everybody with respect, dignity. You know what I'm saying? And if you with Mesmer, if you with him, you his people, he's gonna treat you, he's gonna protect you, he gonna rock with you, man. Ain't nobody, no, he ain't gonna let nobody mess with you. Mesmer was that type of dude, man. And for the Horn sent to make fun of him, his death, and how he looked when he transformed and became one with the abyssal serpent is disgusting. How his mom abandoned him, disgusting. It's like everybody forgot about him. He was just left there to rot in the land of shadows. And that's crazy. Me, I wouldn't blame him. I would not blame him if this dude got resurrected, came back, and got revenge on every last person that spoke bad on his name because it was warranted. It was. I don't know how else to explain it.
Mesmer off in the land of shadows. So perhaps to her it was meaningless in the first place. But we'll talk more about that in the final chapter. Let us now talk about those who actually participated in this crusade, as there's a lot of interesting details to the players involved. At the top.
All right, here we go. Here we go. Yep. It's a good thing that, yeah. Good thing I skipped ahead. Now we about to get into the character of Mesmer. We're about to get into his character. What makes him such a lovable person to the people that follow him? What made his brothers and sisters look up to him? You know, we're about to get into that. Like I said, Mesmer's he's about as pure as you can get. Like, unironic. Like, I know everybody was like, yo, Mikola is so great, he's so good. We're gonna get into Mikola too. Maybe not this stream, but we're gonna talk about Mikola too. Another, hey, he's be careful of charismatic leaders, is all I'm saying.
Top of the Crusades command structure are two characters of great renown. The first of which is Gaius, Mesmer's friend from years past and a student of the Alabaster Lord, the overall commander of Mesmer's forces. No surprise given his martial prowess and bond of trust that would exist between him and the Impaler, all details that we get from his remembrance. Gaius also had a friendly rivalry with Radahn, but was the most senior of his disciples, and as such, he is able to unleash some pretty powerful gravitational spells, almost on the level of Radahn. Additionally, we know Gaius was an Albinauric, and we learn this via his greaves that drop from the Albinauric found behind his arena. One can't help but wonder if this Albinauric was his companion or friend, but either way, the item description explains the reason he is mounted upon a boar all the time. Like the female and older Albinaurics, he hasn't got the use of his legs. I do wonder how much Mesmer actually believed truly in the Crusades' cause. Here he is purging those who are graceless and cursing out the tarnished when we meet him, while his right-hand man is a graceless artificial being. But Gaius is the start of a pattern that those closest to Mesmer are very loyal to him, willing to give up a lot. He is someone who commands great loyalty, and that pattern continues with our second figure at the top of his command structure, Rolana, known as Mesmer's Blade, who brought a whole contingent of Carrion Lazuli sorcerers and troll knights with her, bolstering Mesmer's ranks with much needed magical support. Then we have the elite Fire Knights, those who serve directly under Mesmer, and their closeness to Mesmer is why we find them all throughout the specimen storeroom, where Mesmer himself is located. It's clear that those who belong to the Fire Knights were those who knew Mesmer best, as the armor set for the Fire Knights reads the following: Armor of the Fire Knights under Mesmer the Impaler's personal command, distinguished by its red cape and twin golden snakes which adorn the neck, enhancing incantations of Mesmer's flame. These were the only ones who truly knew Mesmer, his flames like serpents, the painful fate that accompanied his accursed form. So this is truly fascinating. The Fire Knights are those that knew Mesmer's darkest secrets. The implication of this armor set is clear. They knew the truth about what lay within Mesmer, his flame, and the abyssal serpent. They know the reason why his flames move like serpents. As a result of knowing him so intimately, their armor set and armaments reflect Mesmer. They adorn themselves in his twin serpents. They wear his red cape. and they are able to use mesmer incantations rather than just using the usable item fire coil like the basic soldiery have to do. These are close confidants and friends to Mesmer, those he trusts implicitly with his darkest secrets. We've already looked at the Fire Knight helm in the previous chapters, but to reiterate the lore that's contained within it, these knights all came from the aristocracy of Leyndell. Coming from noble backgrounds themselves, it means that these families likely knew Mesmer before the war, moving in the same circle as the royal family during peacetime. It would therefore make sense that they have an existing relationship with him, a reason to be loyal to him, to the point where they would abandon everything, their title and their status, to follow him. What I really like about the Fire Knights is it's not just a homogenous group. There are different sects and ranks within this elite circle. There are specific characters that stand out. It's almost like the round table of King Arthur. For example, we do have the standard Fire Knights with their pointed helms, but there are individuals among the Fire Knights who have their own affectations and style. For example, there is Wago, found in the Church District, and his death mask helm reads the following: Helm of Wago, elder among the Fire Knights, 2 warped death masks stacked one atop the other. Gnawed at by loneliness, the old man turned his attention to the spirituality of Mesmer's flame, using it in a rite of resurrection. Yet the soulless bodies he brought to life were no comfort to Wago. And so, yeah, this is the practice of necromancy that can be achieved through Mesmer's flame that I alluded to earlier. With Wago, this specialized Fire Knight, using Mesmer's flame as a spiritual medium to resurrect the dead, as we see him do in the Church District. And Wago is not the only specialized individual within the Fire Knights. We have other.
Let me pause right there. But yo, man, let me tell you something. These dudes, you need friends like these, okay? You really need friends like these. Mesmer handpicked his friend. Like he picked a good bunch of people to befriend, or you know, to be his generals or to lead his army. Like I don't know how much better you could get. Like I said, you got Commander Gaius, who is like a student of the gravity magic, but he's also loyal to Mesmer. Even though he was friends with Radon, he has loyalty to Mesmer. Rolana, another one that I guess not loyalty. Loyalty is not the word that him and Rolana would have for Mesmer. I guess a sense of respect and just honor. Like they respect this dude so much that they became his generals, his commanders in his army. And then you have the Fire Knights who serve directly under him. But that's not what I wanted to say. What I wanted to say is, yeah, boy, this dude is overpowered. Not only does he have the power of darkness and the abyss, or the abyssal serpent, he can do necromancy with that power. Who knows what else he can do? That's just the tip of the iceberg of what he can do with the abyssal serpent. And when they become one, like they did when we fought him, which was too late because we had already, we were already about on our way killing him. He was already on his way out. So he was in a weakened state. But if he had harnessed that power a lot sooner of the abyssal serpent, and then on top of that, the flames he was born with, from just these are just his innate flames, his abilities, separate from the abyssal serpent, even though the abyssal serpent is part of him. If like say, let's take the abyssal serpent away, he still has his flames, the power of fire, which is already one of the strongest elements in the game, outside of lightning, blood magic, all of that. He has the power to control fire. So combine that with the abyssal darkness, with the original sin, the original darkness, just all encompassing darkness. You have a real, like, I would I would hate to see Mesmer in his prime harnessing and becoming one with the abyssal serpent and all of its power, becoming one with darkness, while also wielding his flames. That's scary. We thought Prime Radon was scary. Imagine Prime Mesmer, who is no longer holding back, the abyssal serpent and becoming one and just embracing the darkness, or embracing the original sin, and couple that with necromancy and the power of his unquenchable flames. This guy would have been the most OP being in all of Elden Ring. And we being honest, yeah, this man was, yeah, he was like that, bro. Radon, yes, the strongest in the game, hands down. I can't argue against that because I fought him. I know what he's about. Freaking Mikola, the most fearsome of the demigods. Strong. We get that. Melania, goddess of rot. Of course. She's again one of the strongest. Probably top two or top three. Outside of America, you know what I'm saying? Who is the vessel for the outer wheel and uh the goddess of the lands between, wielding the power of light. If she had let, boy, like, if Mesmer knew what he knew now and didn't have to die, becoming one with the abyssal serpent, becoming one with darkness, the original sin, the necromancy, he's able to wield the power of necromancy, able to wield the power of fire. Yeah, the greater will be in trouble, bro. I would hate to see Prime Mesmer rage like bloodlusted, and this dude would turn the whole universe or cosmos of Elden Ring upside down unless the greater will stop. And even then, I don't know if the greater will would be able to stop Prime Mesmer. But yeah, I mean, that's enough rant. That's enough glazing. But man, this dude, he really found some of the greatest people to serve under him. Like, their loyalty, the Fire Knight's loyalty, the love they have for this dude is just unmatched. We could only hope to find people in this reality for real that are that loyal and that much of a friend to you or to anyone. Yeah. This dude whole army was just stacked. And had they not been in the shadow realm, if they were free, Elden Ring wouldn't be Elden Ring anymore. Especially if he knew that his mother abandoned him. Elden Ring would turn into a wasteland. But yeah.
And his death mask helm reads the following: Helm of Wago, Elder among the Fire Knights. Two warped death masks stacked one atop the other. Gnawed at by loneliness, the old man turned his attention to the spirituality of Mesmer's flame, using it in a rite of resurrection. Yet the soulless bodies he brought to life were no comfort to Wago. And so, yeah, this is the practice of necromancy that can be achieved through Mesmer's flame that I alluded to earlier. With Wago, this specialized Fire Knight, using Mesmer's flame as a spiritual medium to resurrect the dead, as we see him do in the Church District. And Wago is not the only specialized individual within the Fire Knights. We have other characters like the Captain of the Knights, Kud, who wears the unique helm of the Winged Serpents and guards the doors to Mesmer's chamber. Then we have one of the most zealous members, Quillen, whose loyalty to the cause goes above Mesmer, as he sees himself as a servant of Marika herself, striking down the graceless in her name. However, not all members of the Fire Knights were so extreme. Some were seemingly more reflective about the slaughter that they were committing. There's a special member of the Fire Knights who we fight when crossing the bridge to Ra, Salza. Salza is a sage of the Fire Knights who seems to have more impressive command of Mesmer's incantations than other knights. And we learn a little bit about this sage from his hood item description, which reads the following: Hood of Salza, Sage of the Fire Knights. A prestigious amount of cloth wound around it, giving the impression of a greatly swollen head. A disciple of the elder Wago, he refused to burn down an old ruin at the risk of his own life. Salza is a sage of the Fire Knights and seems to have a more impressive command of Mesmer's incantations than any other knight, and we see this display of power when we try to cross the bridge into Ra, where he rains down fire from above. This makes sense, given his hood explains that he is a disciple of Wago, the Elder Knight we just discussed. Wago himself used Mesmer's flame in very creative and powerful ways, and so it makes sense that Salza, being his disciple, would also have a great command over its power. But Salza's destructive power is a contrast to his temperament, as again, looking at his hood's item description, we can see that he was reluctant to destroy a certain town using his power.
Yeah, no. Yeah. Yeah. Mesmer is just like, the dude's overpowered. His army's overpowered. Yeah. Come on now. Like, no. Prime Radon. No. Imagine Prime Mesmer being able to wield the Abyssal Serpent, becoming one with the Abyssal Serpent, meaning becoming one with darkness, able to wield the power of darkness, and with that power, he's able to wield necromancy. And on top of necromancy, unquenchable flames. Flames that don't die out unless he commits. Yeah. You could take that gravity and shove it somewhere. You could take Scarlet Rock, shove it somewhere. The only thing that's stopping him in his bloodlusted Mesmer, Prime Mesmer, seeking revenge on his mother Mesmer is a Mesmer we do not want. We They ain't ready for it. The lands between is not ready for it. This I believe that like we know that the abyssal serpent is an outer god. So with light was born darkness side by side. So light and darkness is interchangeable. So we can say the abyssal serpent is on the tier of the greater will, which is the embodiment of light. So it choosing Mesmer and becoming one with Mesmer, if he decided, hey, I'm tired of being used as a pawn. I'm tired of people walking over me. I'm tired of being abandoned. I'm angry. I want revenge. My mother doesn't love me. You don't think him and his army is setting waste to every outer god out there? You are crazy. Now, I would be you can make an argument that the greater will and America being the greater wills chosen, and anyone blessed by America would probably put up a fight, a good fight. But in the end, it would come down to the greater will versus the abyssal serpent. And I would think it would probably end in a stalemate, but anybody else, I don't see having a chance. If this, oh, bro, I don't even want to imagine. We saw Prime Radon wielding the power of light, even though because he was, him and Mikola was, I don't know if they were fused or he was using Mikola's, borrowing Mikola's powers, but whatever. They became one. That was scary. That was scary enough. And that wasn't even America. That wasn't even the greater will. That was one of America's offspring. Two of them. That made us rage quit and all. Just imagine Mesmer breaking out of the shadow realm, becoming one with the abyssal serpent, and resurrecting the dead, meaning Melania resurrected, Radon resurrected, Mikola resurrected, Mo resurrected, and every last one of them has a bit of the abyssal serpent, a piece of Mesmer, like maybe a percentage of Mesmer's power. They already just broken this, man. Nah, nah. The lands between would be done for. Even me as the Elden Lord in the game, nope. I'm not touching that. Not no, no. Anyways, I'm quit ranting. That's crazy.
Additionally, we get further insight into this character via his iconic incantation, Rain of Fire, which reads the following: Salza's disdain for barbarism never waned, even as he burned more villages and scorched more land than any other. Salza clearly did his part as a crusader and knight loyal to Mesmer, but clearly hated wanton violence, and as such, it was Salza and those who agreed with him that would push for the specimen storehouse to be a thing. We learn of this from the Ashes of Fire Knight Hilde, which reads the following: Hilde was a dear friend to Salza the sage, and joined those who urged that the specimens be preserved. Hilde's ashes were enshrined as a charm to protect the storehouse. There was clearly a faction within the Fire Knights, led by Salza and Hilde, that felt some kind of remorse over what they were doing. And while the Specimen Hall isn't exactly an emotional tribute to the slaughtered Hornsent, to people like Salza and Hilda, it was the least they could do to at least preserve the memory of those they were exterminating in one form or another, even if it was just for history's sake. The fact that an entire specimen hall was constructed within the Black Keep shows how much influence these Fire Knights actually had with Mesmer, as Mesmer clearly would have had to greenlight this project as it's within his own keep. And this would be a pretty massive undertaking, and so to be able to convince Mesmer the Impaler to be able to do this, they must have been pretty close to him. These are close members of Mesmer's inner circle, people of immense influence in his court, and likely his friends. As I've been saying, we know Mesmer wasn't an aloof lord. He had close relationships with his closest allies, like R'hllana, like Gaius, and like these Fire Knights. Additionally, we know that he valued members of his Black Knights as well, specifically Captain Hugh. Hugh was the son of Black Knight commander Andreas, and his ashes tell us that he joined his father in rebellion against Mesmer. But as a result, Mesmer mourned the loss of a comrade in arms. He mourned the death of this Hugh. The fact he would have camaraderie with a Black Knight who wasn't even a part of his inner circle tells us a lot about Mesmer's character. R'hllana, Andreas, Gaius, the Fire Knights, they all made a choice to follow Mesmer into this crusade, despite knowing what it would cost them in regards to their standing in the lands between. Let us talk about the Black Knights and Mesmer soldiers, since we are essentially doing a full breakdown of all of those who followed Mesmer. Unlike the inner circle of Mesmer who wear the red of their lord, the bulk of his armies actually wear black etched with gold. Both the description of the knight armor set and the Mesmer soldier set essentially say the same thing. The armor is black with only a touch of gold, the gold of the Shadow Tree sigil, and this little bit of gold was meant to offer them solace in their duty, in the perpetration of a war without honor or grace. I take this to mean that the black of their uniform is reflective of their grim duty and purpose. They are here as executioners. This is not a glorious war to be sung about in years to come. It is brutal, it is slaughter. Unlike the fiercely loyal Fire Knights, the lower soldiery of Mesmer's army aren't all here out of choice. The face masks of Mesmer's soldiers read the following: a small consolation to those forced to wage a war without grace or honor. The fact they are forced to be here makes more sense if we read the Mesmer soldier ashes, as they elaborate on this detail. They read the following: these soldiers belong to the ignoble penal battalion and were buried hidden from the Shadow Tree's sight. A penal battalion, meaning the soldiers of Mesmer's army are ex-convicts. Hence, they were made to fight this war. For America, this is a win-win. If she is planning to get rid of Mesmer and seal him in these lands anyway, then why not empty your jails while you're at it? Additionally, given the distasteful nature of this crusade, aside from the zealous few and those really loyal to Mesmer, I don't imagine you'd get a lot of warriors volunteering for this crusade, and as such, the ranks were filled with the unwilling. But what about the Black Knights? We know from Andreas's ash that these warriors made up the majority of Mesmer's forces. They were the bread and butter and backbone of his fighting force, and clearly Mesmer took some time out of his day to interact with some of them like Hugh, and those like Andreas were indeed loyal. Yet the Knight set also says that these warriors were forced to fight in this war, similar to the regular soldiers. So what's the deal here? Were they also prisoners? Unlike the Fire Knights and the Mesmer soldiers, we do not know what category of society these knights came from. Now, the simple explanation could be that they were already part of Mesmer's fighting force, and they were just forced to go along with this as part of his commands. Yet there's another possible, more interesting explanation. Andreas's and Hugh's ashes tell us that they had command over the powers of the Crucible, and indeed, other Black Knights also have an association with the Crucible. Sub-bosses like Black Knight Edred also summon the powers of the Crucible, in his case manifesting as wings. Now, admittedly, the basic Black Knights we face in great numbers do not seem to use Crucible powers. But what if in general these knights are somehow associated with the Crucible? Not exactly Crucible Knights, but warriors and practitioners linked to crucible powers. If true, their place in the capital could be tenuous, and thus perhaps any crucible-esque warrior was pushed into becoming a Black Knight. So again, this would be a win-win for Leyndell, getting rid of their prisoners and any other associations with the Crucible in one fell swoop. It's just a fun theory, of course, but it would explain why the Black Knights seem to have some loose connection to the Crucible. Whatever the reasons for being here, whether they were forced or they were part of Mesmer's army already, they certainly are stalwart in their duty. For example, the Black Knight shield reads the following: symbolic of their iron conviction in their crusade, the Black Knights will never yield, nor will they ever doubt their purpose. These knights are not like the conscripted prisoners of the lower ranks. They are men of conviction, and it shows in their fearsome combat prowess and their stoic nature in dishing out this brutal slaughter. They are unyielding in their loyalty to their lord and unwavering in the prosecution of their duty, no matter how grim that might be. The Black Knight shield says, nor will they ever doubt their purpose, and this is clearly how these knights operated when they were perpetrating their slaughter against an entire people. They just got the head down and did the job in front of them. However, the Black Knight helm that we looked at earlier very much hints that despite this, it'll have no doubt weighed heavily at them in the deepest recesses of their psyche. Finally, of course, we have the furnace golems, the final constituent part of Mesmer's crusade. These are fearsome instruments of war.
Okay, before they get to that, that's loyalty. That's the definition of loyalty. And it's not like Mesmer and his army didn't have a conscience. It's not like they did this just for pleasure. They had a conscience. They felt every death, every person that they killed or slaughtered. It weighed heavily on them, on their hearts, on their minds. So that's another reason why I think a lot of people rock with Mesmer and his army is because they're not just mindless soldiers. They're not just out here killing because they want to kill. It's because, of course, America, being the god or goddess she is, it was an order. And they could not, they couldn't go against that order. They probably could, but what would be the point? And as for Mesmer himself, he did it because he loved his mother and he believed that it was the right thing. She asked him to do it, so he did it, as any child would do for their parent. But the soldiers, those his seniors, they knew Mesmer. They knew that he was a good person at heart, and this isn't typically what he would do. But of course, again, America, being the god or goddess she is, she ordered, and they followed because Mesmer did it, and they. It wasn't because America told them to. It was because they followed Mesmer. They had love. They had loyalty. They had obedience. They had respect for Mesmer. And to be that type of leader, you have to have some type of compassion. You have to be strong, not just charismatic, but also stoic. You have to give them something to believe in and be a man of your word, in which I believe that for them to be following Mesmer with such loyalty and conviction, Mesmer was a man of his word. He did what he said he was going to do. He held to his promises, and he valued all of his people. He valued his soldiers, his commanders, even the lowest of the lowest of his soldiers. He valued all of them. And he had love for them. He treated them as if they were friends. not just some pawns to throw away. When they betrayed him, one of them betrayed him, as one of them did, for reading the spirit ash. He felt remorse because he had to kill someone that served under him or served with him. Yeah, nah, they knew how to write this dude, man. They wrote his character out so good. But I mean, I don't know any of the other characters that have had their characters fleshed out as well as Miyazaki and George R. R. Martin did with Mesmer, or Mesmer's character. Not even America was as fleshed out as Mesmer. And again, that's probably why a lot of people rock with Mesmer and his characters, because he he's portrayed as a villain in his world, but it's much, much deeper. He's misunderstood. He's abandoned, disowned, frowned upon. So it's no wonder that, and I respect him because he's able to do what he does without hatred, without any uh just any type of prejudice. He's doing what he was told to do because he thinks that it's what a good child means to be. So I can't, really, the acts that he commit, yeah, are they bad? Yeah, they're bad. I can't excuse that, but I can understand where he's coming from. And there are some things that we do in life that we don't want to do, but we have to do. It's a hard pill to swallow, but sometimes, like, you sometimes have to cut ties with people. You sometimes have to uh stop rocking with somebody. You have to do things that are difficult for you to do in order, but it's for the greater good of your people, of the people around you, the people you care about, your inner circle. Or maybe it's because out of love for someone else. And that's why this, yeah, he's a good character. He's a very well written character, villain. Maybe, and to others a tragic hero. Anyways, we're almost done with this part of the video, and then after that, I'm gonna wrap up and call it a night. So yeah, let's go ahead and finish Mesmer's lore. And like I said, next time we'll probably we'll cover another piece of lore. I don't know what, maybe another one of the demigods, or maybe one of the outer gods lore, something. But like, there's a ton of lore in this game, and so yeah, it's a lot to get to, and you can write a whole history book, do a documentary on, like, if this ever did get a movie or a series, it'd be crazy, man. It would go crazy.
That assisted in burning the lands of the Hornsent and the Hornsent themselves. We do get some information about these monstrosities, starting with the furnace visage, which reads the following: a stone mask surrounded by curled horns, depicting the fell god of fire that haunts the sagas of the Hornsent. So the fell god of fire of the Hornsent sagas suggests that this is a god of their mythology and culture, one that scared them, that haunted them. However, Given it is the fell god of fire, it makes it almost certain that this is the same fell god that is associated with the fire giants, but it's just interpreted and portrayed in a different way from a separate culture. This likelihood is compounded by the fact that there are fire giant effigies found on the legs of these furnace golems. As I've pointed out in my past two videos, and I swear this is the last time I'll make this point, the Erdtree culture has a history of portraying the fire giants on weapons of fire, such as the cultural impact that the fire giants had on Leyndell. As such, Mesmer's forces carry on this tradition by putting the fire giants on this new weapon of fire, alongside the fell god which is feared by the Hornsent. And this is a scare tactic, and it isn't something new for Erdtree culture either. The Omen Smirk mask of the Omen Killers is said to portray a spirit which haunts the Omen in their dreams, and again is another brutal scare tactic for those they hunt. To add to the horror, these furnace golems are actually animated, even in their faces. The faceplate of the furnace golem is usually stoic, and you would be forgiven for thinking it's just a still carving. However, if you knock them down and hurt them, they open their mouths in fear or despair, and so one can only imagine how horrifying these would have been to face for the Hornsent. These monsters are probably being animated by the magic of Mesmer's flame. We've already discussed when looking at Wago how Mesmer's flame has some interesting uses, how he was able to use it to resurrect the dead, no doubt a side effect of the power of dark that's within Mesmer's flame. And so why couldn't it be used to animate these golems? We know it's Mesmer's flame that is within them rather than just regular flame, because we can make a smaller version of these furnaces in the hefty furnace pot, and one of its ingredients include Mesmer's embers. Additionally, part of the furnace golem's ingredients is Skadu tree sap, something we can learn of by reading any of the new tiers which are dropped by the furnace golems, and they read the following. A crystal tier forms slowly over the ages, where the scattered sap of the Skadu tree pools deep within the furnace golems. The combination of Mesmer's dark flame and the dark tainted sap of the Skadu tree had a rather sinister effect, as the hefty furnace pot reads the following. The furnace's flame burns away both body and soul. When impurity is thus expunged, one calls it cleansing. We looked deeply at the dark and the abyss in the prior chapters, and therefore the furnace golems having the power of the dark within them, both in the form of the Skadu.
Again, this dude Mesmer is broken. Not only does the flame and darkness do crazy damage, but it not only does it burn away the body, it burns the soul. So yeah, no. What are we talking about here? That's insane power. You can burn the body and soul. Yeah.
Skadu tree sap and Mesmer's flame should be significant to you. The fires that burn within the furnace golems are not normal, fueled by the Skadu tree and the abyssal touch flame of Mesmer. Even the souls of those who are burned are also destroyed. This was meant to be a thorough cleansing, and so Mesmer unleashed his flame, his spears, and his furnace golems upon the land, an apocalyptic event that we see unfold in the story trailer. The finale of which seemed to be the impaling of the divine beasts, the pinnacle of Hornsent culture, and the best of their horned warriors. There are only two divine beasts left by the time we arrive in the Lands of Shadow, the one at Bellerat, and one...
That's a Full Metal Alchemist BS right there, bro. That is scary as if I woke up and I saw this at the edge of my bed, I'm breaking another hole in the wall and you can have my house, bro. You can have the furniture, the equipment, everything. I'm out. Have it. I don't even want to fight you for it. You got it, bro. No, absolutely not. No. Heck no. Nah. Anyways, but yeah, no. Again, like, bro, they are just really going in depth about how powerful this dude is, and it's ridiculous, man. It's no wonder America. Okay, I'm not giving her a pass at all, by no means. But yeah, I guess she was right to be afraid. As a matter of fact, that's crazy how she just left this dude there to rot. Because what if he did get out? And what if he did? What if he was aware of your antics, that you didn't love him? I think that would be more scarier than just bringing him along and sealing his power, but at the same time showering him with love and be like, "Ah, Mesmer, you're such a good son." You know what I'm saying? But no, like if somebody, no, she was right. I mean, not right in doing what she did. She was right to be afraid, because if he got angry at her and wanted to take her out, it would be nothing for him, because he's able to burn the body and soul. That is so. Let me put this into perspective. It is the power of erasure, complete erasure. Your soul is gone, your body's gone, nothing is left of it. It's like you never even existed. That is crazy. Yes, again, Radon controls gravity. He can hold the cosmos in place with the power of gravity. He can hold the stars in the sky, keep stars from falling, all this good stuff. Moved it, shaped the universe, all that. Millennia, with the power of rot and stuff, can rot things away and destroy things by rotting them and all that. You have the formless mother who can control blood. Mesmer, on the other hand, don't just have one power. He has two. The power of darkness and the power of flames, which the flames can burn your soul away, erase you completely. The power of darkness, with that power comes necromancy. You can resurrect the dead. Just, man, no. If I was to write a character that was broken beyond all brokenness, it would be him. And dang, that's crazy. Like, you could put him against Goku. I am confident enough that I don't care who you are, and you can be like, "Oh well, can he beat Goku?" Yes, the fuck he can. Yes, he can. With confidence, yes, this man is a whole outer god, a demigod, a god. Bro, yes, Goku's still trying to achieve godhood. Like, he's not the end all be all of his universe. Mesmer has an outer god living inside of him. And as a matter of fact, they become one toward the end of your fight. So make that what you will, take that how you want. I found a character that could be your character. You could put him against Rimuru. I'm that confident. He can, bro. Rimuru? Yeah, no, no, that's crazy. I'm just now, and the reason why I'm just like ranting right now is because it's blowing my mind. I knew he had the power to burn things. I knew he had the abyssal serpent. But to put it into perspective and to just sit there and think about it. He can probably even burn the. He could burn concepts. He could probably even burn the concept of a thing. I'm not saying that's definitive and it's like canon, but with the power to be able to burn someone's soul and body as if they didn't exist, to completely erase them with your flames, and then on top of that, you can resurrect the dead. I don't know what like I don't know how broke. It's like somebody was like, "Hey, yo, how broken do you want him, Miyazaki?" And Miyazaki was like, "Yes." That's that's anyways.
Found in the ancient ruins of Ra. And we learn why there's so few of these divine beasts left, thanks to Divine Beast Tornado, which reads: the majority of divine beasts were gored and hung upon Mesmer's spears, then burned in his flame. Those who witnessed the deed likened it to a funeral pyre for the tower itself. Mesmer's crusade was thorough. And it wasn't just Belurat that was destroyed, it was the other towns of the Hornset that exist within the lands of Shadow. All that remains of the Hornsent culture is a few survivors, and the specimens that are strung up in the Black Keep. The rest were impaled upon Mesmer's iconic spear. And before we move on, I do want to talk about Mesmer's iconic weapon, because there's one detail that I really like. Mesmer is able to throw his spear and recall it to his hand at will. He's also able to make copies of it, and again it reappears in his hand. And this is like the Smith script weapons that we can find in the lands of Shadow, and there is a reason this is the case.
Okay. No. Okay. Okay, Mesmer, you got it. We get it. We get it, bro. So now you could just throw a weapon, call it back with what? Telekinesis? What is that? You can throw it and recall it. Then you can make copies of it. What can this dude do? What can he do? There's got to be something he can't do. How do you beat that? There's no. Stop. What? Okay. I mean, hey, he is the he. Oh man, he was chosen by the original sin, by the abyss, by darkness itself, and just like the power of light, you know what I'm saying? He can do just as much, if not better. I don't know. Oh crap! Like that's insane. Go who? Rima who? Saitama who? Yeah. Yeah, I said it. Saitama. Yeah, he beat Saitama everybody. You you can make copies. You have the power of necromancy. Them ain't just regular flames. You get burnt by those, your whole soul is burnt. Your body's burnt. There's nothing left. You never existed, my God. An unending darkness. Throw whatever you want at them. Throw water on them. The darkness just gonna absorb it. Throw a whole cosmos. Radon, throw the whole cosmos at him. He's just going. The endless abyss is just going to absorb it. Melania affect him with rot. Nah, he just gonna burn that away. Oh, that's your weapon? It's mine now. And I'm gonna make copies of it. Yeah, nah. Yo.
It's because it's made the same way. The item description for the Spear of the Impaler reads the following: remade by the forging arts of the realm of Shadow, meaning it was made here in the lands of Shadow using the ancient smith script techniques of the forges. Whether he made this during his crusade or prior to it when there was peace here is up for debate, but it's certainly ironic that Mesmer is using the ancient arts of these lands to slaughter its people. And yet, despite the total destruction of these people and the crusade essentially achieving its goals, Mesmer and the crusaders are still here to this day. In fact, Mesmer even has a throne that mirrors the one of the Elden Lord in Leyndell, showing that he is essentially settled here as the Lord of the Lands of Shadow. This isn't a temporary crusade anymore. These lands are his home and domain. We've mentioned this a few times now, but the reason that Mesmer is still here is because his mother has sealed him here. Marika wanted Mesmer to be sealed in these lands, and he is not remaining here by choice. He, the Abyssal Serpent, and the Original Sin are all safely tucked away from Leyndell in the Lands of Grace. There is evidence that the Crusaders were unexpectedly trapped here, via two ghost dialogues that we get. The first is found in Castle Ensis, where a soldier is begging Queen Marika to reach out to her son, Mesmer, so the crusade could end. Then there is the ghost of a Black Knight in the Black Keep, who laments and is in denial. Surely Queen Marika would not abandon them there, as Mesmer is her own son. The Crusaders likely expected to come on this holy war and then be allowed to return home. And I suspect that this frustration at Marika's abandonment is the reason that every statue of Queen Marika in the Lands of Shadow are defaced, including ones in the Black Keep. This could only be done by Mesmer's soldiers. No Hornsent have access to this keep. I think it's frustration at the fact they have been abandoned. The only one that actually has its head intact is the one in Mesmer's room, and this is because of the love and loyalty that Mesmer still has for his mother. One thing we do need to discuss is the actual mechanics of how Mesmer was sealed here. This is something I talked about in my Shroud chapter of my Story Explained video. However, it is still relevant to Mesmer, and my ideas have evolved slightly since then, so I want to discuss it here. We know from pre-DLC interviews with Miyazaki that the Lands of Shadows are physically disconnected from the Lands Between, meaning they did used to be attached to the rest of the Lands Between, but they have now become disconnected somehow. And we know from the flavor text of the DLC that's on the Bandai Namco website, etc., that these lands are obscured by the Erd Tree. And having talked about the relevance of Shadow and the Skadu Tree, we can definitely see how this is possible mechanically. The power of Shadow and the Dark does have the power to obscure, just like the Sealing Tree was used to hide and obscure the Tower of Shadow. The story trailer tells us that Gold and Shadow were born at the same time. I take this to mean that the moment that Marika became a god, her system of dualities came into being. With the Erd Tree came the Skadu Tree. With Gold came Shadow. And so my initial thought was that at the same moment that the Skadu Tree was born, these lands would have been shrouded and removed, as that does cosmically mince. However, there are some issues here if we accept that as the reality. We know that it is extremely difficult to travel the lands of Shadow when it's behind the veil. Mikola, one of the most powerful beings of this era, needs to jump through a lot of hoops in order to gain access to this realm. He has to bewitch Moog into defiling his body, removing its grace with his tainted omen blood. If Mikola has such problems reaching the lands of Shadow, then how can we explain Mesmer coming here with a huge army? Well, of course, we could just explain it away to Queen Marika having powers that allowed their transportation here. At the end of the day, she is the vessel of the Elden Ring and the god of this system of gold and shadow. Surely she would have the powers to transport people across the veil. Then we could explain Mesmer's sealing as her just leaving them here and not bringing them back. However, some might not find this explanation satisfying, and I'm starting not to. So let us consider the other side of the argument. Shadow Tree came into existence, and in fact, the lands of Shadow and the lands of Leyndell lay alongside one another for a period of time. This would definitely explain a lot of things. And there's one particular character in general that makes me think that this is the most likely explanation. Crucible Knight Devonia. She is found in the ruins of Ra, and her helmet reads the following. It is said Devonia quested in search of the Crucible's origin, and departed from the lands of the Erd Tree alone. How would Devonia have been able to travel here from the lands of the Erd Tree if the lands of Shadow had been veiled from the beginning? And the answer is, she couldn't. Is it not far more likely that the lands of Shadow were not initially veiled, and she was able to walk here from the lands of Leyndell, in a period after she had served Lord Godfrey, and in that period as described by the Crucible Knight gauntlets, where the Crucible Knights began to become disdained? Would this not be the most likely moment where she would travel from Leyndell and go to the lands of Shadow? To sum up, her presence is easier to understand if the lands of Shadow were once attached to Leyndell and she simply travelled here normally. Additionally, if Leyndell and Belurat once existed alongside each other in a period of peace, it could also explain some other certain cultural overlaps. We've discussed already how the Crusade clearly took place later on in the timeline, and this must mean that Belurat was allowed to exist. Indeed, the item description of Festive Greece implies as much, as it reads, "The delightful festival is an old tradition, one old enough for the Erd Tree to tacitly tolerate its endurance." This highly suggests that the people of Hornsent and the Lands of Shadow were under the rule of the Erd Tree for some time, and for a period of time they were able to carry on their old traditions. Indeed, this cultural overlap is further emphasized by the dueling shield, which reads the following: an armament once used in ritual combat performed to honor the Erd Tree, a custom that had somehow remained within the realm of Shadow. To me, it seems highly unlikely that this cultural import, ritual, and arena combat could be transferred from Leyndell to Belurat if they were separated by a veil from the very beginning of the Erd Tree's reign. Finally, another thing to consider is the veil that we see in the sky. I first saw this idea suggested by Sekiro Dubi, but I know a lot of people have said it, that the veil very much is a reflection of the canopy that is in Marika's bedchamber in Leyndell. The imagery is quite clear. This veil that hangs over the lands of Shadow is clearly the literal veil that obscures it from the rest of the lands between. And given it has an oblique tie to Marika, it implies that she actively put this shroud in place, rather than it being a natural consequence of the Erd Tree and Shadow Trees.
AKA, she was that powerful that she made a pocket dimension just to seal away her son, who she was afraid of because of what was inside of him. Just wanted to, just clarify it. She made a pocket dimension. Yeah. The power scale in this game, bro, is ridiculous. Like, yeah. No, I don't know. You could put some of your favorite characters in this world. A lot of them would make it pretty far. I would say up to maybe Mikula, Melania, we're done. Maybe, quite possibly. But they are not getting past Mesmer and America. Nah. America up here making pocket dimensions to seal away her son, who had, yeah, we've already talked about Mesmer enough. I'm going to stop. But she controls the power of light. There's a ton of things she can do. She can create life, make pocket dimensions, all of that. He can destroy, like, just his flames alone is enough to lay waste to the universe of Elden Ring, destroying physical and metaphysical things, like destroying the body and soul, like just erasing. And that's also with the help of the power of darkness within him. And he can also resurrect things that are dead. So yeah. Yeah. Unless you got something. Yeah, no, Goku ain't beating that. Goku is not gonna survive very long. Gojo definitely not surviving in this land. Is yeah. No.
His creation. This narrative would suggest, therefore, that Mesmer and his armies marched on Ballarat from Leyndell as normal, and as soon as they crossed the border into the realm of Shadow, Marika placed a veil over the land, sealing Mesmer and his army in there forever. I think this is where I stand currently on the issue of the Shroud. I think Devonia's presence is a big one for me. But again, let me know your thoughts in the comments below. Whatever the mechanism by which Mesmer was sealed in the Lands of Shadow, I believe that Marika's true goal with the crusade that she wanted Mesmer to undertake wasn't really the destruction of the Hornsent. That is just a byproduct of it. She wanted to have her son sealed away somewhere. She saw the darkness within him and wanted him removed from the lands of grace. Additionally, it would also allow her original sin, her betrayal and ascension to godhood, to be hidden as well. We looked at the power of dark at the first part of this video, and now understanding its power and opposition to light and grace, it does somewhat make sense that Marika would want this influence removed. Mesmer still holds true to his mother, or at least is trying to. As I said, the one statue of Marika that is not beheaded in the Lands of Shadow is the one in his chamber, a statue of Marika cradling her child. Given it's in his throne room, we can only conclude that this is a statue depicting Marika with Mesmer, a tender moment that Mesmer clearly still holds dear. Mesmer's relationship with his mother is clearly complex, and in many ways it's one of the most important parts of his identity. He did all of this for his mother, becoming a reviled symbol of fear, staining his hands with blood, and taking the public flak for it, while she could remain squeaky clean, somewhat. Even at the end, when he is challenged by her lord, a graceless tarnish no less, he begs for her forgiveness when he unleashes the abyssal serpent within him. It's only finally, at the end of it all, at the moment of his death, that he finally curses his mother.
Mother. Marika. A curse upon thee.
And who can blame him? Mesmer stayed true to the mission his mother gave him, committing horrible crimes, mass murder, and still holding true to her even after she abandoned him there for God knows how long. And it's only at the moment of his death, when he is struck down by Marika's lord-elect, that he curses her, realizing it was all for nothing, it was a facade. He stained his soul killing the graceless for his mother, truly believing in the cause, only for a graceless tarnish to be chosen by Marika and kill him. Such is the story of Mesmer, the abandoned and forgotten child of Marika. I'm hesitant to call it tragic, because whether or not he was reluctant to do these things, he did still undertake these brutal acts of murder. But as with all Elden Ring characters, there is nuance to him. He is the brutal impaler, but he is also the abandoned son, afflicted with a monster within him from birth. Both of these things can be true at once, and it's the result of the masterful writing by J.R.R. Martin and Miyazaki, and it helps round out the roster of demigod children very well, and helps complete the story of Elden Ring. So that is my take on Mesmer the Impaler, a fascinating character that fills a unique role within the Elden Ring pantheon. What are your thoughts on Mesmer? Please let me know in the comments below, especially if you disagree with some of my takes or you think. But until next time, guys, I will see you in.
All right. That's that right there. Man. That's deep. Like, that's deep. Also, go follow Smoketown on YouTube. Does an amazing work in lore and deep diving into lore on Elden Ring or Dark Souls games, um, other games also. But yeah, man, that's the story of Mesmer. One of the most probably complex and tragic characters in FromSoft in the world of Elden Ring. And like it's sad and it's very man, it's enraging too. Like I ain't gonna lie, I got mad for him. I got angry for this dude, man. Dang, man. Shoot, I got sympathy for him, empathy, bro. Like this dude was just he was used, abused, but just and at the same time he was so powerful. Like probably the most powerful character outside of America herself. Um like he was not he was loved by a lot of people. A lot of his soldiers, his followers, his army. They all did it because they respected him. They loved him, even though some knew that what he was doing was wrong. And in the end, he realized too late that the person that he loved, that he looked up to the most, is not who he thinks she is. And it's a cautionary tale about being careful who you trust, who you love, because not everyone has your best interests. Be it your family, your friend, you know, sometimes your family or your friend can be your worst enemy and you just don't know it until the end. So yeah, it's a cautionary tale and it's a deep deep one. It's a good story. Like each character in this game has their own journey, their own lore, but it all leads back to one origin or path. You know, they all have a beginning, they all have an end. Um, some are tragic, some are like they ask for it. You know, can't really feel bad for them. But in this case, is a case of misunderstanding. Mesmer was a misunderstood child. His mother didn't like what he was born with. I can relate to him, you know, not in the sense that no, my mother didn't abandon me. No, not in that sense, but in the sense of being born with something you cannot control that just takes over every aspect of your life. And some of the people that you care about, some of the people that you love, end up abandoning you for whatever reason. Maybe they can't handle knowing that you have this thing inside of. So yeah, man, like I think that's why not just me, a lot of people he's a fan favorite to a lot of people. Because his story is a story that a lot of people can relate to and gravitate toward in some aspect. But yeah, that's that. Yeah, that's that right there. Like I said, that wraps up. This everything. Uh, yeah, I think that pretty much that's it for this part of the lore video. There's more lore to cover. within Elden Ring, within the world. And it's so much like Elden Ring is such a content rich medium, a content rich game that it's been, let me see, about 2 or 3 years, and people are still discovering things about this game, still discovering lore that ties into other lore that leads to this one path, all leading to the greater will, or maybe it diverges into the abyss. Either way, like I said, they all lead to one. Just they have one beginning and they branch out. But yeah, it's a very complex game. It's thought provoking, uh, rich with history, rich with politics, rich. It's such a good game that has something for everybody. So this is why I highly recommend this game, and I can't really stop talking about it enough. Um, and I really wish more people could experience it. Shoot, Elden Ring fan base is growing every single day by the thousands. It is in the millions. People that never picked up a stick before, picked the game up or played a game before. People who don't even dabble in games. Maybe their thing is watching movies or whatever it may be, are now coming to this game and just enjoying the history, the lore, the characters, the voice acting, the design of the game. It's one of them games that'll probably be talked about for years to come, and to go down in history as, if not the greatest, one of the greatest games in history. So yeah, I highly recommend it. And I don't know if y'all could tell, it Mesmer's my favorite character. He's my favorite character in this game. He's becoming my favorite character in across the board. He, like, every time I discover something about him, about this character, it it just moves him up on the roster. But yeah, man, like, yo, that's that's the end of that. Stay tuned. We have more to come for Saturday Night Nerds. Uh, Upcoming podcasts. We have upcoming collaborations in the work. Uh, Shoot, special guests. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, like, yeah, we have some things on the way, and with the support of you guys, and the love that you guys are showing us, I believe we can all make it to the top. Everybody's gonna eat. If you rock with us, we'll make sure everybody that's ever rocked with us eats good. That's our aspiration. That's our goal here at Saturday Night Nerd, is to bring people together, is to have fun, and let this be your escape from reality. Because right now the world is in shambles, it's in chaos, and you somebody needs this. Somebody needs this escape. You know, somebody needs a stress reliever. Come come here. Come to Saturday Night Nerd. Let this be your stress reliever. Be yourself. Be free. Be happy. forget about what's going on out there. Just for a little bit. Because life is life, reality is reality. It's not going to go away. But let this be your temporary escape. And, like, I don't know. This is why me and Deontay, we put this together to bring people together. All walks of life, from different religions, different backgrounds, because we all share something in common, and that's our love for the nerd culture. And with that being said, if there's, if anybody has anything they want to promote, now's your time. Shout outs, all that. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Let's get that music, man. Let's get that background music, man. Yeah. We're creating an empire over here. An empire of people that want the best for not only themselves, the world, a culture. You know what'd be funny is if we had credit. Roll credit. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, shout out. Again, shout out to my brother Deontay for rocking with me, in the comments. Shout out to the people that stopped by, showing love, leaving comments, just conversating. Shout out again to Raiden for stopping by. Go follow him on Twitch, TikTok, Facebook. Follow Fundamentals on Instagram, I believe TikTok also, and Facebook. Yeah. Also shout out to DFPN. Shout out to Queens of Nerdom. Shout out to USDN podcast. Go follow them on their social media. I believe you can find most of them on Twitch, TikTok, Instagram, and Facebook. I think, but yeah, I believe that's it for all of the announcements. Stay tuned for Warzone Wednesday tomorrow. I'm not sure what time we're going live or what time we're all planning on meeting up for Warzone Wednesday. But everybody's welcome. You're welcome to join us. If we have a spot on the team on Warzone, feel free to join us. Put your gamer tag in down in the comments. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. We game with. Hey, if we have room for people to game with us, we welcome you. We have fun. We troll a lot. We laugh a lot. We have karaoke. So yeah, man. We have something for just about everybody here. So yeah. We aspire to be a platform of our own one day. Aspire to be a brand. And like I said, you know, if it's on your heart to give, to donate, please feel free to do so. Don't feel pressured to do it. Yeah. In the words of Deontay Lifter, stay blessed and stay nerdy. I've been your host, Emperor Will. Have a good night, a good morning, a good week. Happy Friday. Shoot, go do something. Go watch anime. Go spread the love. Yeah. And remember, Saturday Night Nerds is the place to be, the time to be, and the moment to be.